things are coming to a head and I need to be here on the spot. There's a lot of high-level negotiations going on in the background. As you know, Donald Trump will be coming to Japan next week, and then he'll be meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping also next week, next Thursday. And things are not going to be the same after all this. The Chinese have really started to play hardball, and they're holding a lot of cards. By cutting off rare earth metals starting November 1st, basically they're going to shut down most of the semiconductor industry and defense industry and a lot of and the automobile industry. As well as that, now they're cutting off the supply of semiconductors needed for automobile manufacturing. So basically, things are going to grind to a halt in the West. And for Trump to say, I'm going to raise tariffs on China, it's nonsense. It's like some guy who's been going to a bar and not paying his tab, and they say, well, if you don't pay your tab, you can't buy any more beer here. You're going to have to bring cash. And then he said, oh, well, I'm going to boycott your bar. No, you're being kicked out because you haven't been paying your bills. So any attempt to keep the current U.S. government and that whole horror show of reality TV actors and, Gaza genocide and all that kind of stuff, and then blowing up ships, this is not the kind of behavior that the rest of the world wants to see or continue. What is being demanded now is a complete regime change in North America. That includes Canada and the United States and, of course, the West. So all the blackmailed pedophiles from Starmer in the UK, Macron in France, and the fake Trump in the U.S. have to go. And the other thing we're demanding is a jubilee. That is a complete cancellation of all debts, public and private, and a redistribution of assets. Return the money that was stolen from the people through central bank fraud. This is the demands we'll be making, and the Asian societies support this, and they hold the cards. I just don't see what they expect to accomplish if they want to keep the current system going. Now, also, Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, she's off to a good start. She's going to start deporting a lot of the criminal foreigners who were brought in as a part of a social destabilization project that's happening in all the G7 countries, Canada, the United States, Europe. You're bringing in military age foreign males to cause trouble. It's just not, it's not going to be tolerated anymore, and that's what I'm hearing. Now, I think the cabal voted against Takaichi, Prime Minister Takaichi, because she got into office and she has a 71% popular support, but the Nikkei stock market went down 666 points. So the Satanists voted against her. But, at the end of the day, they don't really control very much. So things will be coming to a head. And the other thing that's been on my radar is there was talk about Donald Trump meeting Russian President Vladimir Putin. And it's interesting that the Russian official TASS news agency says that the talks are still going to go ahead, while CNN and the Western media is reporting it's going to be canceled. And it's clear the Russians are aware there was a fake Trump and a real Trump, and that they're still going to go ahead and have talks with the real Trump. However, I've been told by U.S. military intelligence sources that there was a plan to somehow arrest Vladimir Putin when he went to Hungary, even though the Hungarian government promised he won't be. So that's an unresolved issue. Again, we're dealing with very desperate, cornered rats, and they're going to pull out all the stops. But clearly, things are not going to be business as usual. I've also, I'll send you, or you'll see this video here of people demanding the arrest of Bill Gates, playing the role of Bill Gates. The point being that we should not have some Bill Gates type character controlling that huge medical poison industry, which is what the case is now. I mean, remember that he was the guy who financed the WHO and their attempt to turn this planet into a giant slave farm with their digital ID and with their, and have governments hand over all power to basically to him. And this is not going to happen. So that's all coming apart as well. And I've been in touch also with British intelligence, and they're with us. They're on the program for the replacement of the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, with new, healthier institutions that actually work for the people, that try to plan a better future, try to make this a better planet. Again, the other point is U.S. military salaries may or may not bounce today. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. But my message to the U.S. military and the White Hats is that if you want to get your paychecks, you're going to have to get off your asses and seize all the corporations that are controlled by State Street and Banking, Vanguard, and BlackRock. Take control of the transnational corporations away from the inbred Swiss group that controls it, the pharaonic bloodlines who have been trying to turn this entire planet into a giant prison. This is not going to be allowed to continue. So again, things are going to be coming to a head between now and November 1st. I'll probably provide more updates if I get information, but right now we're all waiting for the big meetings next week. And if it's the fake Trump who shows up in Japan and to meet Xi Jinping, he'll return empty-handed. If it's the real Trump, he's going to have to agree to a jubilee and a complete revamp of the system. We don't want to continue the U.S. corporate government as it is. We don't want to have reality TV actors pretending to be our leaders while the true powers stay in the shadows. This is not going to be allowed anymore. And the other thing is, we're not going to let them start any more wars so they can harvest children for adrenochrome, enslave women, and for the organ trade, all that kind of stuff. They're quite desperate now because these people do require human sacrifice to get the energy they need to keep their systems going. And with the war in the Ukraine basically over and the slaughter in Gaza being strongly curtailed, they're trying very hard now to start a new sort of war in Venezuela. But again, that's not going to work. This planet has a satanic infestation. There can be no doubt about it. And a lot of the Western leaders are basically blackmailed by these Satanists. They have to be removed. So, again, it's going to be a crucial time. I have some meetings scheduled with Japanese right-wingers and Asian secret society types, and I'll know a lot more after these meetings. But there is a general consensus that enough is enough, and we have to bring things to a head finally. So, again, nothing's happening yet, but it's all about to happen, and it's going to be big. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems to skirt FEC rules as if APEC can back-channel and fund politicians using something called Democracy Engine LLC. Do you know what this is, and have you considered this funding source when reporting on the USA bankruptcy?
They have something like 70,000 different non-government organizations that they use to do all sorts of social manipulation. I'm sure that's one of them, although I don't know the details of that one. The other thing they do to launder their funny money and to control societies, they control religious cults, the Mormons, all sorts of different cults, that the Christian Zionists, and here in Japan they have several different cults that they have been using. What they do is basically they use the religion, tax-free religion, as a vehicle to give money to people who they think they can manipulate society on their behalf. All of that needs to be shut down, including the one you just mentioned, although, again, I don't know the details. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. What if the Kirk event was staged and he's not dead? Old Demogard has found it resembles too many other staged events. I agree there are too many Trumps. I don't understand why, if the fakes exist in real time, why surrounding staff and or the real Trump doesn't announce the issue the same way that Trump denounced the 2020 election steal. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, as far as the Charlie Kirk thing is going, I have been told by some sources that he's alive in a military base, and it's hard to tell. Maybe there's wheels within wheels, and the white hat staged that fake assassination to uh, ruin Israel's reputation, or maybe Israel tried to kill him, but it blew up in their faces. We just don't know. But what the point is, we don't want to have this sort of reality TV like events, street theater stage to try to manipulate us. That's not how we're supposed to run a government. The government's supposed to listen to what the people want and then try to figure out how to make that happen. It shouldn't be, staging an event to make everyone go off to war or something, which is what's going on now. That whole system needs to be shut down. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Is the real Trump against the AI robotics takeover of humanity, against the digital ID? We are in a human extinction event if this isn't stopped. The AI job apocalypse is starting to accelerate the U.S. economy. The UK government is trying to force digital ID on its citizens.
The problem with all this digital ID stuff is that there is something out there known as physical reality, and it is above and beyond the AI or digital ID. It's sort of, the story of King Midas is a good example of how this, or analogy of how this works. King Midas was granted one wish, and what he wished for was that everything he touched turned to gold. And what happened was he starved to death because the food turned to gold and he couldn't eat it. Digital ID, all that digital stuff, it's not real. You can't eat it. It's just numbers. And as long as the underlying reality, physical food, physical metal, all that kind of stuff exists, no matter what they try, it's not going to work. Basically, what's happened is the West has lost the material war. They don't produce. Their industry is hollowed out. They have to borrow from the rest of the world to get their foodstuffs or their material, and they can't pay for it. And they're trying to use digital as a way to, pretend they're not going to pay their debts. I've been told there's a plan to take all U.S. debt, put it in the cloud, and then disappear it. But that's not going to work. The Asians are saying, hand over physical gold and silver, and they don't have it. They've jacked up the price of gold desperately to try to get people to sell their jewelry so they can have enough gold to pay off the Chinese. It's not working, and it's but yeah, the fact that the current Western oligarchs are spending all future investments on building these giant data centers means that they are the enemies of the people, and they are trying to create a digital prison, but it's going to fail. AI isn't working. It can't fact check. It can't confirm the real world. Real companies in the real world can't use it. The thing's a giant hallucination, and it's going to fail. But they're desperately trying to do that. But again, I tell you, it's not going to work. And as far as the real Trump and the fake Trump are concerned, what I've been told is there's a very serious battle raging, and neither side is strong enough to put down the other side as of yet. But I think that will change once the Chinese really do cut off industry, and they will force the military to get rid of all these satanic oligarchs, or else they won't get their paychecks. If they do, arrest these people, then yeah, the U.S. military will be working to help save the planet, which is the job they're supposed to be doing in the first place. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Another question in addition to digital ID. In your opinion, is digital ID what the Bible refers to as, quote, the mark of the beast in Revelations, where individuals without the mark will be hunted and unable to buy or sell goods?
It is very clear that there is a very powerful group centered around Israel and then Switzerland who did want to implement a mark of the beast type control. And I know this is very linked closely to Barack Obama and that whole Hitler branch of the Khazarian mafia. So yeah, I think there is a group which they used to be known as the Sabbatean Frankist Jews. Now we call them the Khazarian mafia, who did want to implement mark of the beast control. And Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law, is definitely part of that because he bought, that property on Fifth Avenue, 666 Fifth Avenue, if I'm not mistaken, where they had Lucent Technologies, which is Lucifer Technologies, brain chip research. So yeah, it's these are the people who are behind it, but it's going to fail. They're not going to succeed because people are aware of it and they're revolting. Next question.
Ivan, we have our last question for today. With respect to the rigged election in Japan, the corruption is obvious, and there is a rumor that the Komeito party is the main actor in the election manipulation. Please inform us about what you know about who the main actors of the election manipulation are in Japan.
Well, up until now, the Komeito were the people who did a lot of the actually dirty work. They had their believers come in and fill countless paper ballots, fake ballots, and they were send them out, putting up election posters and all that kind of stuff. But the Komeito withdrew its support from Sanae Takaichi, and they're not as powerful as they used to be. I'm still, I'm waiting to see what happens with this new regime. Again, I just got back like yesterday to Japan, so I haven't met any people to try to get more information. But I know that Japan is something has clicked, and it's not going to be business as usual. And this Soka Gakkai cult is not going to be subcontracting control of Japan for the Satanists anymore. That's for sure. But the elections have been fake since the end of World War II. Basically, what happened was when the United States landed in Japan after the war, they called in the Prime Minister Tojo of the wartime government and said, look, you can stay on as Prime Minister, but you'll be taking orders from us. And he said, no, I can't do that. That's treason. And so he was executed as a war criminal. And they kept doing that until they found Abe's grandfather, who said, yes, okay. And ever since then, the prime ministers in Japan have just been reading scripts handed to them by the Americans. But the people who are in charge of this are dead now, and everything's in flux. So I think something fundamental has clicked in Japan, but I'll know more over the coming days as I have meetings. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week, and there should be a lot more to talk about then because Trump will be here, and we'll know more about if it was the real Trump or the fake Trump, and if the U.S. is going to have a hard landing or if they're going to announce a jubilee and a reboot. I've got some very important intelligence sent to me by a very high-level source of mine. This is someone who personally knows Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, and the original Donald Trump. Now, here's the message that they want to convey to the world. The original Trump, Putin, and Xi Jinping, all three originals, work together behind the scenes towards peace and harmony. They all use doubles and avatars for security. Unfortunately, the deep state are using their own body doubles and avatars. The battle for control of the world is in the final stage now. This is the global alliance for the benefit of humanity versus the satanic dark side that wants to kill off as many living beings as possible, not just humans. You know the deep state fake Trump by his continual support of Israel, as well as his continued vacillating on almost every issue. You will know which Trump goes to Japan when you see him and his actions. Melania will join the real Trump. A fake Melania may join the fake Trump. It will be fairly easy to differentiate between them. The three original leaders are scheduled to meet privately before December 15th and at an undisclosed location. There will not be any public disclosure. Totally off the record. That's it. Okay, I just thought it was important to get that out there. And I couldn't read the message and record my face at the same time. All right, anyway, I hope to see.
Hello, Patriot. Doesn't it seem like time is moving faster and faster? Well, it does to me anyway. And just a reminder, tomorrow Judy should be back with her regular update. So the news is coming fast and furious. It's hard to keep up with, but the feeling that I get is we are accelerating towards the climax of this movie. I want to start off this update with a video that I found that is basically an overview of the final phase of the operation. I cannot confirm its accuracy, but I think the overall theme is on point. So, with that said, let's start the show.
Right, let's get right into it. What we're about to cover, this is not a theory. It's not a forecast. We are breaking down the operational blueprint for the final disclosure. This is the fully orchestrated step-by-step delivery of absolute truth. This is the playbook, so listen closely. So first things first, you have to understand the core concept here. It's called the final production. Every event that's about to happen, and to most people it's going to look like complete and utter chaos, is actually part of a meticulously controlled military operation. Nothing is random. It is all a grand production with one single goal: to wake up humanity. And this right here, this is the headline for the entire show. A total white hat / GAA production. Now, we'll get into exactly what those terms mean in a second, but the main takeaway is this. What looks like the world falling apart is actually a strategic military-grade takedown of the old parasite system. And get this, that system is already gone. We're just watching the final scenes of the movie play out. So who exactly is running this thing? Who are the producers? Well, these are the key players, the white hats. And we're not just talking about some political insiders here. No, they're described as this dedicated force of both human and, yes, ET souls who have incarnated on Earth over and over again specifically for this mission. They're the boots on the ground working hand in glove with the Global Galactic Alliance and Space Force to execute this final phase. So what's the end game? What's the whole point? It's all very, very delicate balancing act. The whole operation is designed to be just shocking enough to jolt the masses awake, to finally shatter that collective trance, and to completely dismantle the old parasite infrastructure. But, and this is absolutely crucial, it's designed to do all of this in a controlled way, to pull us back from the brink of a total, uncontrolled societal collapse. Think of it as a controlled demolition, not a freefall. Okay, so how do you get the undivided attention of billions of people who have been programmed their whole lives to ignore the truth? That's where this next part comes in. The 4 scare events. The plan requires a sequence of really dramatic, staged events. They're designed to be so unbelievable that they just completely override the mainstream narrative, capture everyone's attention, and force the world to question everything they thought was real. And here they are, the 4 major acts in this global play. We're talking about a worldwide communications blackout, followed by a simulated world war, then a totally mind-bending fake alien invasion, and finally symbolic energy strikes against the world's most infamous seats of power. Each one is a calculated move, designed to crank up the pressure on the collective until it finally breaks free. Let's break each one down. First up, the comms blackout. This is what creates the initial shock and silence. It forces everyone to look up from their phones. The plan is to sever the main undersea fiber optic cables, which will effectively just turn off the internet and global communications. Instantly, the old media guard will start pushing a fake story, pointing fingers at some enemy to stir up as much fear as possible. Right after the blackout, we move into the next phase, World War III theater. And the keyword here really is theater. This is not a real war. The plan calls for very limited surgical missile strikes on sites that have already been cleared out. Empty buildings, symbolic locations. But the media, they're going to amplify it to make it look like we're on the edge of nuclear Armageddon. The whole point of this performance is to push the global fear level to its absolute maximum. Then, right at the peak of all that manufactured fear, they pull out the showstopper, the fake alien invasion. You may have heard this called Project Bluebeam. It's basically using advanced holographic tech, our own tech, repurposed to create these huge, totally believable illusions. The skies will literally fill with holographic fleets. Can you even imagine? The shockwave from that alone is designed to just shatter any last remaining piece of what we thought was a normal reality. And the final act of these scare events? Symbolic energy strikes. The plan says that direct energy weapons operated by the Alliance will hit 34 very specific buildings around the world. These are places that are seen as the symbolic anchors of the old power structure. We're talking the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, the White House. Within this operation, these places are considered satanic strongholds, and taking them down is a very public, very symbolic end of the old guard. So after this series of escalating, engineered chaos, the whole plan shifts gears. The scare events are meant to create this global pause, this moment where the entire world is just in shock and finally ready to hear something new. And that brings us to Section 3, the lockdown window, a period specifically for mass revelation. Now, it is so important to understand what this lockdown is and what it isn't. This is nothing like the health-related lockdowns we've seen before. No, this is a military-led stabilization effort. It's designed specifically to protect civilians and maintain order, to create a safe and calm environment for everyone to process the information that's about to be released. It's for protection, not control. So, during this 3 to 10 day lockdown, the Emergency Broadcast System, or EBS, is going to be activated globally. It's going to take over every single TV, radio, and online channel, and for 72 hours, or maybe even longer, it's going to broadcast a series of pre-made, high-def documentaries, and these will contain irrefutable proof of everything that's been hidden, the election fraud. The whole purpose of the EBS is crystal clear, and this quote says it all. The goal is to deliver names, faces, and evidence so undeniable that it shatters the false reality of the sleepers in one single decisive blow. After this, there will be no going back. There will be no room left for doubt. You might be thinking, okay, but with these kinds of world-shattering truths being beamed into every home, how do you stop society from just completely flying apart? It's a natural question. And that brings us to our 4th section, securing the realm. This part of the plan is all about the logistics of keeping order. This slide shows a huge shift in public authority. According to the plan, all the existing police forces around the world will be officially stood down. They're out. In their place, the Earth Alliance military will become a visible presence on the streets. But here's the key difference. Their job isn't law enforcement. It's civilian protection during this transition. And let's be perfectly clear on this point. The plan is adamant. This is not oppressive martial law. Not even close. It's described as a temporary protective measure, purely to provide a secure and stable environment. The entire goal is to let people safely absorb the bombshells from the EBS broadcasts without society falling into widespread chaos and violence. And this quote right here is the ultimate reassurance. It confirms that the real battle, it's already been won. The old parasite network has been gone for years. What we are all about to witness is simply the final act of a scripted disclosure. It is not a last-ditch power grab. It's a victory lap. So we've walked through the whole global plan, from the scare events to the lockdown to the truth broadcasts. But that brings us to the final and honestly the most important part of this whole thing, your role. This is where the plan becomes personal. This is where you become a key player on the board. And so this slide asks the most important question for anyone who's hearing this. When the world is in shock, when that AI scaffolding, the automated social and media programs that run the old reality, when all of that starts to crumble, what are you supposed to do? What's your job? And here it is. This is your mission directive. Your role isn't to argue. It's not to try and preach into the noise. Your job is to be a lighthouse, a point of stability, calmly holding your ground, being that beacon of calm and clarity for everyone around you who will be totally lost in the storm as their entire world shatters. So, this is your final instruction, and it's the most powerful part of the entire plan. When the time comes, the most impactful thing you can possibly do is just stay calm. Anchor that frequency of truth. Be the lighthouse for your family, your friends, your community. This was the plan all along, and now you know your part to play.
We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard,
Yes.
we've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Brent Woods, and we had one in 71.
Mm-hmm. Good
So
point.
that's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. So there's a lot of things to get sorted here, and it's going to really bring some things to a head. Now, Trump posted this week an interesting image, and it's a video from 1929.
Mm.
And I know a lot of people just looked at the video and thought, what does that mean? And if you see the video, you see people walking down the streets of New York,
Mm-hmm.
and they're all in their suits and dresses, and they're
Well
just
dressed.
going about their business like everything is great. But if you remember, 1929 is when the market crashed,
Oh, yeah.
right? And we went into the
Mhm.
Great Depression.
Yes.
And towards the end of the video, it shows them all lining up like they're getting into a soup line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
He's giving you information
Signal. Yep.
when he says this. These are the signals. And even
Absolutely.
right now, it looks like everything's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Let's not look at 38 trillion of debt. Let's not look at the bond crisis going on across America. There's billions and billions of bonds that can't be repaid. Let's not look at any of that. Everything's just fine. Wake up. We got to wake up,
Absolutely.
because these things don't just evaporate. They don't just go away. The bond crisis is fascinating. What you've had is counties across the entire nation raising the valuation on homes, thereby raising the property taxes in each of those counties. And based upon the raising property taxes, they could take out additional bonds, which is debt, for the school, claiming it's for the school system. But if the question I have is this, and no one's been able to answer it. If the property taxes are being paid to fund the schools, why are the
Yes.
schools borrowing money against that tax income stream?
Yeah.
And who's getting the money? Where did it go?
Mm-hmm.
You see,
Yes.
there's a whole lot, and we've just started this whole fraud thing. You know, we had the vice president that was just appointed as the fraud czar, which I think he wears the title with great pride. And
Yes.
we had the acting attorney general come out and talk about the launch of a special fraud unit that's going to be looking into this. And he's assigning 93 prosecutors in every district.
Wow.
Every district is getting 93 prosecutors to go
Wow.
after fraud. And they have 8,000 pending matters currently.
Oh, man.
So this is we're just barely getting started, right? With uncovering the fraud. It's kind of like the tip of the iceberg moment here.
Mhm.
So it's very fascinating as we look at all these things going on. Whenever you get to the age of particularly a debt-based system like we have, where you cannot create an additional dollar in the Federal Reserve System without creating a corresponding debt that relates to that.
Mhm.
And then what the Federal Reserve does is then they charge interest to repay that debt.
Mhm.
But there's a qualification in there. The debt and the interest has to be repaid in the same money that it was borrowed in.
Yes. What a
So you
system.
can't use other assets. You can't use gold. You can't use silver. You can't use anything else. So if the government borrows $100 and has to pay back, say, $105, where does it get the extra $5 of currency? Well, it has to go borrow it again,
Mhm.
right, in order to pay the 105 back.
Mhm.
So what you have is the system that just elevates in debt levels, and unless there's
All
a
it is.
reset, the whole thing comes crumbling down.
Mhm.
We have been for the last, since 71, when we did a reset and went out the gold standard,
Yes.
we've been dealing with this situation where there's been no reset in over 50 years. That is the longest period we've ever gone without a reset, because we had one in 1933, we had one in 45 with Bretton Woods, and we had one in 71.
Mhm. Good
So
point.
that's allowed everything to build to epic levels in terms of debt level, and it's all got to be handled. It all has to be taken care of. So people should be paying attention when the president puts out a message
That's right.
that's a video from 1929,
Yep.
showing the people all walking down the street like everything's happy and normal. Even in the beginning, when it first starts kind of crumbling,
Mhm.
you still think, well, it'll be okay. It'll be all right. Until you're standing in the soup line, right?
Yep.
or the
I
bread
hear you.
line, because
Yep.
you don't even have food. This is a message for everybody to be prepared. You know, for years, and I know you've said this, John, I've heard you on your programs, have food, have water, have basic necessities stockpiled, you know,
Pray,
be
plan,
a
and
prepper
prepare.
a little bit. Yeah, exactly. And why? Because you don't shift financial systems, and,
Without a
and we're
hiccup.
moving to something new, but you don't do that without turbulence.
Absolutely.
It's always going to be bumpy to some degree. It's not going to be perfectly smooth. Now, I think they're trying to make it as smooth as can be with conditions, okay? But it's still going to be difficult. The Trump administration has done everything they can over the last year to really juice our economy, bring in trillions of investment from overseas, do all these things to really try to put some heat, some fire behind this economy.
Mhm.
Why? Because that allows you to recover faster from the flip. Doesn't mean that it's not bumpy, but you can get through it much more quickly if you've got a raging economy going in the background. So I think that we're going to see that going forward as we get to this point of switch. Now, on the 26th of March, the Treasury put out a message on their website saying that on the 4th of July, that there would be new currency, that it would feature Donald Trump's signature and Scott Bessent's signature, and that the $100 bill could potentially come as early as June. Okay.
Wow.
If you read through the entirety of the statement that they made,
I read it.
they talked
Yep.
about the U.S. dollar, the U.S. economy, and the U.S. financial system, but nowhere in that document were the words Federal Reserve. Nowhere.
Finally.
So this is fascinating what we're watching, and we get a new Fed chairman on the 15th of May.
Central
When
casting.
Kevin Warsh is going to step in. Yeah.
We
From David Nino Rodriguez on Telegram, FBI Director Kash Patel just confirmed that they are folding the stolen election into the entire grand conspiracy case. Promises that arrests are coming very soon. We've got all the evidence. I can announce on your show that we've got all the information we need. We're working with our prosecutors at the DOJ under AG Todd Blanche, and we are going to be making arrests. And it's coming, and I promise, it's coming soon. Maria Bartiromo then followed up and asked if the FBI has evidence of the rigged and stolen election, to which Kash responded, yes. So what we are doing is folding that into our entire conspiracy case. But we have the information that backs President Trump's claim of the stolen election, but I would say stay tuned this week. You might see a thing or two. Notice he specifically said our entire conspiracy case. Seems like we are definitely getting close. This is from White Hats on Telegram. Iran nuclear operation, USA, Delta Force, World War III. Let's just say, behind the scenes, White Hats have already initiated covert Delta Force operations deep inside Iran nuclear facilities that the mainstream media will never show you. These operations have been running silently for the past 18 months. What you are watching on the surface is stage 6 levels below what CNN and Fox will ever tell you. Iran thought they had the upper hand. They were wrong. White Hat military intelligence had already mapped every single underground nuclear facility, every tunnel, every scientist, every handler. Why do you think Trump put specific people in specific positions? The deep state cabal needed World War III to happen. They needed the distraction. They needed the chaos to cover the Epstein files, the arrest, the exposure. But here's what they didn't count on. Delta Force operating with the United States Space Force and superintelligence technology that can see through walls, underground, through time and space. The same technology Tesla discovered, the same technology Trump's uncle John Trump studied and the military has been using in classified operations since the 1940s. The World War III narrative is controlled demolition of the deep state agenda. What looks like war is the operation. Iran leadership is currently in panic mode. Certain generals have already been flipped. White hats inside Iran military are communicating. Nothing can stop what is coming. The nuclear threat is being dismantled from the inside out. While the media sells you fear, you're watching sixth generation warfare in real time. Most people will never understand they are inside the operation. Somewhere, Trump, Cash, Ezra are watching every move. The clock is ticking. It had to be this way. Military is the only way. White hats Q on Telegram.
I'm very upbeat, guys. I am very upbeat. I am hopeful and praying that the news that we're hearing is accurate. And I'll start right there. Number of bond contacts have been keeping me somewhat abreast of their meetings throughout the week. They're saying ecstatic. Some of the groups that had not heard anything have had some ecstatic. I just hope they're right. Rumors running around there from a few of my bond contacts. Now, what's going to be real, what's going to be not, we'll find out next week. I know we're tired of hearing next week. But they're reporting that a couple of them, the paymaster, the attorneys handling the bond redemption for some of the groups, have been funded and they're allowed to distribute next week. That's the rumor. I'm going to treat it as total rumor until somebody I personally know at a real shake their hand, have sat over dinner with them and eaten, friends that have their bond money from their paymasters or their attorneys and group attorneys in their account spendable. That's when I'm going to lose it and come out and do a really fun podcast. Is that the rumor? The rumors are just running nuts from the bond side right now. That money in accounts for the leaders of the groups with supposedly very specific instructions on that distribution next week.
EBS, Emergency Broadcast System, on Telegram. And they have a date for what they think is the date of the emergency broadcast system. Whenever you see a date, remember, this is an event-driven war. We cannot ever really know the dates. The emergency broadcast system will introduce martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. Now, that's part of NESARA. You can see to the right, I highlighted that part. Establishes new presidential and congressional elections. So all the House and then Senate people will get new elections within 120 days after NESARA's announcement. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks on everything, internet down, communications cut, power grid possibly shut off. Hopefully we don't lose power, especially when we're coming up on summer and it's getting warmer. 10 days of disclosure, a single website, one web channel, broadcasting the truth 8 hours a day in a loop. The military will ensure that the masses get the food they need. Well, don't count on that. Just remember to stock your pantry and, get necessities, medications, just keep things on hand that you think you might need. Okay, so here is John Michael Chambers with Ricardo Bossi, and they are talking about the big event that might possibly trigger the EBS to go off, martial law, 10 days of darkness, and how to prepare for that.
The big crash is closer than you may think. Trump will be universally blamed. Financial systems will implode. People will lose money. Corporations will go out of business. Certain cities, as Juan O'Savin has indicated, due to the bond debacle, will collapse. And some people may not get paid in pensions and perhaps other things. Stocks, investments, and pensions may be wiped out, varying degrees. Living standards for a period of time may plummet. Supply infrastructure will break down. Digital IDs, CBCs, UBI, and rationing will be implemented shortly after a brutal period of inactivity. Now, there's some potential bad that I just laid out. We're going to go into potential good that follows that. But I'd like you to weigh in on what I just commented upon, especially coming off the heels of a 1929 clear calm from President Trump by publishing that. That coupled with what I just said, what's your feedback on those subjects?
Yeah, that's an interesting summary that you've put into the bad category. I can actually identify most of that as pretty good. And people look at me and go, "You heartless bastard." No, not at all. Point number one, we've been telling people for years, prepare. And preparation is it's just insurance. You know, am I concerned if my car's damaged or written off in an accident? No, why? Because it's insured. If it wasn't insured, I'd be driving like a turtle to ensure safety. But I can live my life because, you know, the car's insured. As a metaphor, so to speak, right? Okay, so if you're prepared, now this comes down to self-reliance. Whose job is it to make sure that you've got money in the bank or you've got wealth? Yours. Whose job is it to have food in the pantry? Yours. Whose job is it to keep you healthy? Yours. But unfortunately, the whole world on this simple concept of self-reliance is let's trust government. Government will provide everything. No, just no. Now, let's get to somewhere that's really going to hurt people and say, well, how can you say that? Well, how about this? Your stocks and bonds will be worth nothing. That's not fair. That's my money. I worked for it. I invested it. Okay. Let's say that the underlying business model that has provided you a very comfortable return on your investment over many years and shipping it overseas. And that's the business model that has pumped up your portfolio. I think there's a term called proceeds of crime. You don't get to keep it. So if your stock portfolio is predicated on a bunch of companies controlled by BlackRock, etc., and their corrupt practices produce proceeds of crime, then that money ain't yours anyway. It's corrupted money. It's blood money. So if it disappears, tough. Take it up with your corporation. Don't take it up with the sheriff that cleaned out the town, that cleaned out the crooked mine owner, the crooked brothel owner, the crooked pub owner. No. So you will lose money because guess what? It's proceeds of crime. Another example, the Masonic filth that runs most of the planet, certainly runs all of Australia. These people have houses and wealth and beyond your imagination. They're going to lose it all. They will lose it all. Proceeds of crime. Very simple. Oh, but you can't do that. Yeah, you can. Yes, you bloody can. And that's what's going to happen. And on top of that, excuse me, so pick a high-ranking member of the judiciary who's on the bench, can't be challenged. Well, guess what, mate? Every cent you've earned, proceeds of crime. So you, your bride, and your children will be going down to the local social security office or whatever you call it in your country, and you'll be drawing a stipend like everybody else because your properties are now gone. Now, what happens when all these properties come on the market? The price of the local housing is going to drop like a stone. Now, the overpriced ones, and we've been saying this for years, nothing new. The hopelessly overpriced properties, because that's the way they do it. They pump up the prices so they can claim whatever they can claim on it. They'll drop simply because the real value will now be paramount. The housing prices that are not overly inflated, they won't drop by much. They'll hold their value. It's just the inflated prices of real estate, for example, that will crash. Are people going to be out of food? Yep. We've been warning people about that too. For goodness sake, what you've got to do, ladies and gentlemen, and we've said this for years, and on the Green Room, my weekly show to the A1 people in Australia, we'll put up a little slide that says, here's how you prepare. This is the stuff you need in your cupboard. You need this, that, and the other. Put it in there, and we put it up. Do that. And then we also add, for goodness sake, put some aside for your idiot neighbour who isn't ready, and he comes to your door holding his 3 kids in his hand saying, do you have some milk so I can feed my family? So, of course, have some for them as well to look after your immediate neighbourhood. Now, it is, and we also say this, it is not your job to save the country. You don't have to empty your pantry and give everything to the idiot next door. No. You'll just give him what you can afford to give him because you've got to look after your family. And here's again what we've been saying, and I don't mean to harp on this, but it's the story of Nehemiah out of the Bible. The Persians threw out the Babylonians. The Babylonian exile is finished. The walls surrounding Jerusalem had been destroyed, and the walls in the old days protected the city. Without walls, the cities were vulnerable. The walls had been destroyed for decades. And Nehemiah, who was I think a cupbearer, whatever that means, for Artaxerxes, I think if my memory, I think it's Artaxerxes. He went to Artaxerxes and said, I think God's telling me I've got to go repairs the walls to Jerusalem. So he gave him the resources to go in. Nehemiah had a look at Jerusalem, wandered around at night in secret to check the walls out. And then he saw the state of affairs, because they were under threat of attack all the time. He gathered everyone together and said, repair the wall, the city wall, that is immediately in front or beside your house. That's all you have to worry about. Because every man knows that he will build a wall for his children that is impenetrable. And if you're building a wall for somebody else, eventually you're going to be tired and go, oh, yeah, okay. Look, how about you look after your family? I'll look after mine. And that was a theory. So I think it was 52 days, because every family was looking after the wall in front of or in adjacent to their own home. Jerusalem had the walls back up again and could protect themselves against their adversaries. And as they repaired the walls, they had a shovel in one hand and their weapon in the other, because they were under attack. So these were tough times. So the same principle operates here and now. Look after yourself, look after those either side of you, but that's about it, because some Masonic piece of filth hasn't got enough milk in his fridge. That's his problem to solve. Now, I don't mean to sound brutal, but I'm going to tell you, it's going to be very easy to say no to any neighbors that come to me and say, can you give us some stuff? No, not happening. Not happening. We'll give you a little bit, but we've got enough for our family. Now, how long is it going to last? Is it going to last? Is it going to happen? Yes, it will. But this is a good thing, because the entire edifice of our economy is corrupted. There is nothing about the global economy that is the least bit laudable. Nothing. Above a certain level. And this applies in your town, in your state, in your country, and around the world. Above a certain level, you will not be allowed to succeed unless you sell your soul. And I mean that literally, not metaphorically. You can run the local corner store and have a comfortable living, but if you try to franchise that and get it out there and make a gazillion bucks, very quickly you'll meet the people who really run the economy. It is all proceeds of crime. The entire edifice must come down, it must crash, it will hurt. That's not I'm not saying that with any sense of joy, it's just a necessity. It is just a necessity. Mm-hmm. There will be pain. Nobody, me and John included, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to come out of this and go, oh my God, I didn't see that coming. We didn't see it all coming. All of us are going to get hurt one way or another. And it might be a physical shock, like you've lost your years of investment, or just the moral wound of the depravity of the people when some of the truly gruesome stuff comes out, and you're nearly sick to your stomach that people could do that to other people. And so in terms of just the depression and the food queues and the rest of it, yeah, buckle up. Buckle up. We've said it again and again and again and again. And if you didn't hear it, well, I'm sorry. But we have shouted this from the rooftops for a long time. A1's been specifically working very hard on this everywhere we go. You can only do your best. And when it all comes down, you're going to pay the price for not paying attention.
Here is another post from Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. And it says, important update confirmed. NESARA announcement is imminent. Now, I don't think NESARA will be announced until after the EBS. Until after all this stuff comes out. That's just my opinion. This is an event-driven war, and that makes sense to me as far as events. One thing has to preclude another. So I think we have to have the lockdown, and people need to be shown the evidence and the TV documentaries and everything first. And then NESARA announced officially, and all the other things that come after that. This marks the official start of the new system and the end of the old world structure. EBS will follow globally, all screens, all channels, one broadcast. Full disclosure will be shown in sequenced documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. During this period, truth will be delivered without interruption. QFS is already active in the background. Global trust funds are seized. Cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. This is the final transition stage. The old market structure cannot survive what comes next. Stay calm, stay alert. Everything is about to change. April 17th, John F. 19 Amish families walked into my wife's bank and withdrew every dollar they had in cash without saying a word. She's been a teller for 23 years and had never seen anything like it. But this didn't start that day. It started about 6 months ago. The Amish in our area began acting differently. Stopped selling firewood, started buying large amounts of building materials, closed schools early, stopped selling goods to outsiders, quietly pulled back from the outside world. Important, Amish communities don't usually coordinate like this. Each family makes its own decisions, but this time they were all moving in the same direction, quietly without panic. The next day, I went to my neighbor, Jacob Byler, for the first time in 8 years. He opened up. He told me that 6 months ago, their bishop received a package from a man in Montana. Inside was a detailed manual about living without electricity, without the system, completely self-reliant. The man had lived like that for 10 years and documented everything. He believed most people wouldn't believe what's coming. Those not dependent on the system will make it through, and that the Amish should share this knowledge while there's still time. The bishop shared it with every family one by one over 4 months. That's why they changed everything and why they pulled their money out of the banks. Jacob gave me a shorter version, a video from the same man. My wife and I watched it. The next morning, we withdrew all our money, started preparing immediately. I scrapped my $4,200 generator. It wouldn't actually help. I realized even our stored food wasn't practical. My kids think I've lost my mind, but I've never been more certain. When an entire Amish community, people who don't panic, don't rush, and don't follow trends, quietly takes action like this, something serious is happening. And there's a passage from Proverbs 27:12. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. Interesting story. Never thought about what the Amish are up to. And they have their own way of finding out things. So personally, I don't think it's going to be that bad because I have a lot of faith that the White Hats have done as much as they can to prepare for the reset. But it's always good to be over-prepared. This is from a Telegram channel called Tribunals and Executions. And it's from today, April 18th. Former IRS Special Agent Joseph Bannister explains why he hasn't paid taxes since 1998, alleging that the IRS has been engaged in fraud for decades and needs to be investigated. So many of us are starting to learn that the income tax is unconstitutional. And as part of NESARA, we should see some changes. And we've heard that Trump is suggesting there won't be any more income taxes. And I really believe that. So that's good news. But here is the video clip of this IRS special agent, Joseph Bannister.
You went to trial. You won that trial. Are you worried you'll be prosecuted again?
No, actually, there were 2 criminal investigations against me over the years. One from 2001 to 2004, and then another one in 2010. And all the while, not filing a tax return, and not out of some sense of civil disobedience. Of course, my investigation indicated that I didn't have a filing requirement. I confronted my IRS supervisors about the evidence that I gathered, and they told me to hit the road, to leave and not discuss any of my questions. So all these years I've had to go with what I knew to be true as a certified public accountant and for my own life. And the fact is, the same fact pattern would fit with most Americans, although I don't tell people what to do. But for myself, since I was a link in the chain of putting people in prison over the income tax, I felt that I had to absolutely speak up about it. The IRS didn't want to talk about it. And so that's basically how the last 26 years have gone for me.
You don't have to identify them, but I'm curious. I mean, when you are in a work setting, you have coworkers, you have colleagues, you often make friends with people that you're around in an office environment. Do you ever still communicate with people who work at the IRS? And if so, what are those communications like?
They don't really understand the issue. They either dodge it or they just have no clue that it's even going on. They just want to speak, IRS speak. And so I have to, I remember how to speak that way. So I basically have to just, deal with people that don't realize what they're doing is illegal. The IRS has to literally lie to their own computer systems to achieve assessments. I've coined the term the 1040A scam. And I certainly wish, Congressman, you were still in Congress, or you still can get into the Attorney General's chair, because you would absolutely find computer fraud that the IRS is engaged in on a daily basis for decades. And it needs to be investigated and prosecuted. It's absolutely illegal. And that's why I didn't want to go along with it any longer.
Trump ends tax on Social Security. America's seniors finally keep what they earned. There should never have been tax on Social Security. I mean, you can't, it's like double taxation. Eventually, I think we're going to have no income tax, period. So we'll see what happens. And it is part of NESARA, so... Okay, this is a post from Bioclandestine on Telegram, and it's regarding Iran and also uranium, that the uranium dust, that nuclear dust that they are collecting. So he says, Trump's blockade worked. Iran felt the squeeze, wisely surrendered, agreed to help Trump, U.S. military demine, and to not sabotage the Strait of Hormuz. Then Trump told Israel they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. Now, I think they might be still bombing Lebanon. I don't know. They're crazy. Stock markets surging, oil prices falling. Turns out Trump knew exactly what he was doing, and every single anti-Trump narrative just went up in flames. Are you not entertained? And he says, take notice of who is quiet right now. Go look at the pages of Alex Jones, Dave Smith, Candace Owens, Ian Carroll, Megyn Kelly, Mike Flynn. The rest of the loudmouth traders, what do you notice? Most of them haven't even posted, and all of them are silent about the news. Trump not only secured the Strait of Hormuz, he told Israel to stand down and that they are prohibited from bombing Lebanon. The whole Trump is owned by the Jews narrative just went up in flames. This is a psyop to pull a lot of the Democrats to a new party. And because there's not going to be, their party isn't going to exist anymore. And eventually it'll be, there won't be parties. But again, this is a psyop to steer people in the right direction and get them off of the whole socialist, TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, and give them a place to go. The Dems now find themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. Gas prices are going down. The stock market is recovering. Global energy trade now runs through the U.S., and Trump is going to get all the credit. Positive optics heading into the midterms. And there was no forever war, and Trump proved that he is a far superior commander-in-chief than any of his predecessors. Trump proved he's not like the corrupt presidents of the past. And that's because he was handpicked by the White Hats. And, again, this is an operation, military operation. And a lot of what Trump does is scripted out, I believe. Trump proved that he knows what he's doing, and all the critics have no leg to stand on. Now the Dems are staring down the barrel. Trump is headed into the midterms with a full head of steam, and anti-Trump narratives busted. Maximum positive optics, public support, combined with his promise to secure elections with voter ID, the Dems are in trouble. And again, going back to NESARA in there, it says that elections have to be secure. So this is something that has to happen. And regarding the nuclear dust, here's the post from President Trump. The USA will get all nuclear dust created by our great B-2 bombers. No money will exchange hands in any way, shape, or form. This deal is in no way subject to Lebanon either, but the USA will separately work with Lebanon and deal with the Hezbollah situation in an appropriate manner. Israel hopefully will not be bombing Lebanon any longer. I don't trust that they won't do that. They are prohibited from doing so by the USA. Enough is enough. Thank you, President Donald J. Trump. So, regarding uranium, everyone has been asking what Iran has to do with draining the swamp and holding deep state U.S. politicians accountable. What if the single most damning piece of evidence against the deep state Obama administration was sitting underneath the rubble at Fordo? The uranium. And here's a reminder, through nuclear forensics, radioactive material can be traced to its origin, down to the exact site it was mined from, meaning that once Trump gets his hands on the uranium, he would be able to determine exactly who supplied Iran with uranium. Could be important. Remember the whole Uranium One scandal. And there was a whole operation with Hillary and, the 16-year plan. She was going to, they sold the uranium, I think illegally, to Russia. And then they were going to, I think they took some of it and they kept it, and they were going to blow up a U.S. city and blame it on Russia because they were going to trace the uranium back to Russia from that sale. That did not happen. But maybe some of it went to Iran. Maybe there was a secondary plan. So if we can get that nuclear dust and it can be traced forensically back to the Obama administration and the sale of Uranium One, possibly with Hillary, well, that's very traitorous. And that's just a piece of the evidence that shows this giant RICO case, collusion, conspiracy that's not a theory, it's real, to take over this country from within, to bring about a nuclear war. That's what they wanted, and that's why they built all those tunnels and bunkers and everything underground. But the White Hats, when Trump was elected in 2016, that put a stop to their plan. Edward Snowden on Telegram exposed $127 billion in gold discovered inside Iran vaults. Documents show Obama and Clinton moved it there through Swiss and Chinese banks. Explosive documents reveal $127 billion in gold reserves hidden in hardened underground vaults beneath Tehran, Isfahan, Shiraz, and Mashhad in Iran. This hoard never belonged to the Iranian regime. Globalist operators moved it there. From 2009 to 2016 under Barack Obama, Swiss banks served as main transit hubs while Chinese institutions completed the legs. Shell companies like those in Clinton Foundation operations provided the cover. The timeline confirms the plot. Obama took office in 2009 and flows accelerated. By 2010, Iran shifted to physical gold. Volume exploded from 2012 to 2015 during JCPOA talks. Officially, the administration claimed to isolate Iran. Privately, the networks routed hundreds of tons through Zurich and Chinese desks into IRGC facilities. Vaults sit next to nuclear and missile sites. Isfahan combines uranium plants with gold storage. The chambers are deep underground, resistant to strikes and EMPs, guarded by Quds Force. Hidden reserves give the mullahs power beyond official figures. At April 2026 gold prices near $4,800 per ounce, this reflects the Obama-era transfers. The gold funds proxies and programs, terrorist programs, without traceable revenue. Clinton's Swiss links are clear, with intermediaries tied to foundation donors. Chinese banks integrated it to challenge dollar dominance. This was a globalist plan to weaken America, creating deniable war chests in enemy states. President Trump saw the threat in his first term, applying maximum pressure, returning in 2025 and escalating in 2026. The gold-backed Iranian defiance. February strikes left deep vaults untouched, with reinforcements ongoing. The pattern mirrors moves empowering Russia and China. Obama officials enabled the transfers. The horde finances Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis attacking U.S. interests In 2025 and 2026, American families bear higher costs and service member sacrifices. The Trump team targets the chain with sanctions and intelligence for neutralization. This $127 billion fortress proves the 2009 to 2016 8-year betrayal, advancing a borderless order. President Trump directs full exposure. The gold will no longer fund wars against America, but end the networks. The battle for these chambers decides globalist betrayal or American strength. Trump ensures victory. In my opinion, I think that's why we have a lot of troops over there and more coming, because there's a lot to clean up. I think maybe transferring that gold or clearing out tunnels underground, child trafficking, and not just in Iran. I mean, those tunnels go to Israel and places like that.
All right. Schumann resonance a couple nights ago spiked massively. All right. And the next day there were earthquakes, and we felt them here. Right. The house was shaking, and we weren't making it shake. Earthquakes were making it shake. So I called out once I saw the, if you see that flower arrangement that's a little bit old now. So that flower arrangement was going, and I could see the ceiling doing this. And I got up out of my chair and I was like, Tracy, time to get out. And she was like, up. Before I could make it into the living room, she was already up from downstairs, and she was ready to go, and then it stopped. So that was a good thing. But it was pretty significant. We're seeing an uptick. We're seeing earthquake swarms like we saw yesterday in an area of Nevada, and I'm going to show you some of that. We're going to have some of the stuff on that is basically going to, we have to be aware of this stuff. Have to be heads up. I've been predicting this stuff is going to really kick in this year. Hopefully not, but it's better to be aware and ready than just blow it off and think that everything's going to just be fine, right? Schumann resonance, like you see here, that's incredible. So normally it's up around here. It spiked massively on the 13th or the 12th. I think it was the 12th. Yep, it's the 12th. And the next day, the 13th, which is yesterday, that's when we had the rock and roll, right? So definitely something we need to be aware of right now. Now, I'm going to show you a picture. Tracy took this before the earthquake, and we had a big snow here. We're making up for all of the snow that we didn't get. So we're getting, mid-March, because it can happen here. I've seen it, snow here in May. I've seen it snow here in June. But a good thing, we're getting much needed snow. And as you guys can see out the window, there's still a lot of it. So look at these icicles that Tracy. So this is on the second floor. Now all of those ice, I have a picture of it, but I don't have it loaded. But all of those icicles, when it started shaking, they came rocking down, right? Crazy times. You need to be heads up. Like I said, been saying this for all this year. And, I saw a vision of this home shaking pretty substantially. Was that it? I don't know. But I hope that was it. But, these are going to be times where you need to have a plan. And my plan is to try and get out to the garage and open the garage door before it gets locked from all the shaking and the power going out. And we have lots of stuff up there for survival, water and survival food and all that kind of stuff. So I just pile it in and just get earth-centric relationship. And every time we get this, we usually have an uptick in earthquake activity. So that big coronal hole that's caused earthquakes in the past, so it rotates around, then we get a little break, and it comes back again, and then we get a significant uptick in earthquakes. We're already getting an uptick in earthquakes, and there's a very great possibility that the juice from that is really going to make things get funky, right? So just be heads up. We just saw some serious activity here. I've been living on and off in this area for a long time, and I've never seen any earthquakes of that magnitude here. So, like I've said, things are going to start to uptick this year, right? Hello, everyone. It's Mike Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, on the road here in Dallas, Texas, doing a LifeWave event, and really good information. The Dallas group is like phenomenal. Everybody's like totally tapped in. People of Texas are amazing. So U.S. must have the elections this fall, or there will be a massive revolt. All right. So we're moving in the direction where we're going to get free elections, free and fair. But if they're not, there will be a revolt. All right. Conservatives have been very patient. We've been, working with other groups to move towards, resolving, issues that are happening in our country. The infiltration of the deep state is, everyone's pretty much aware of it now. You have 70 to 80% of people now want the SAVE Act to go through, but Congress is dragging its feet. You have probes that are supposed to be going at, after John Brennan. He should be, put away by now, but the Senate's dragging its feet on it. So we're not going to put up with this much longer. We're not going to put up with this much longer. All right. So there must be probably an executive order or a suspension of habeas corpus, like President Lincoln did. Something will happen, or the people will get involved, and that will be ugly, right? We will not allow the Democrats to come back in. They've already said they're going to come they're going to take everything back, and they're going to come after us in a way that's going to just shut everything down. We'll never ever get back in power again. We, being conservative people that love our country, we will not let that happen, right? There will be an absolute revolt, right? It's not going to happen. All right, so this has to move forward. Now, President Trump and other people drop tidbits of info. They do information probes to see where the population is, to see how they respond to different things. A good example is where, they had the thing where President Trump went after the Pope. And we all know that the Pope in the Vatican and, the Catholic Church, for a great extent, is completely corrupt, right? This is not anything new to those of us that are awake. So he basically, poked that bear, and he wanted to see how people would respond. And I think for the most part, we're seeing a good response. All right. So these are things that happen. We saw the blast off of the spaceship that no one believes in. Whatever happened with that, if that was real. This whole technology. I heard Carrie Cassidy. She's an expert in this field. She's like, what? Who cares? It's old technology. We know that we have very, very advanced technology, and I'm of the same opinion. I'm part of the secret space program. Have been since I was a kid. Have memories of all that stuff. I've been talking about it. Hundreds of people have been talking about it for a long time. We have been to the moon. Where it's a satellite. There's an empty, moon base there. There is, Mars, every Saturn, around the moons of Saturn. I've talked about all this, and so have a lot of the people. So we have the technology, but they probe. They see where people are at, and there was a huge pushback from people that don't even believe we went to the moon. Right? We've been to the moon. There's moon base. There's surface dwelling. There's all kind of crazy stuff that's already going on the moon. So we do little probes. We, me, other, truthers, all the truthers are on board with all this. I look at some of the truthers put information out there, and I'm like, oh God. So, and it's, it's a process of bringing people to greater realization of different things. But if they do a probe and people are, massively against, something and don't believe in something on a massive scale, they're just going to pull back. All right. We're not going to get full disclosure. We're not going to get, we're working with ETs. We're not going to get all the stuff that, and we have an ET race that's pretty much controlling the earth right now. Negative ET race controls the earth. So, of course, they control that information. They control the Vatican, and they control the city of London, and they, to a great extent, up until President Trump got in office, they controlled DC, the three city-states, right? So President Trump has turned at least the city-state of Washington, D.C. around, and, probably not completely, of course. We have, Congress and the Senate that needs to be cleaned out, right? And we have been told for, decades upon decades that the way we get, things right is we vote, the good people in. Well, we know that people are being, selected. We're not selecting them, but through our vote, they're being selected to get in the position so they can create fraud and steal from us and create our military, which has been used by the deep state for decades, right? So all of that's being turned around. That's what's happening in Iran. It's basically going after the deep state's main source. So talking about Draco reptilians, Iran's full of them, right? So portals and all kind of bullshit going on there. So President Trump is going in to shut all that shit down. So a lot of people don't have any clue about this. It's okay. You don't have to know everything. I don't know everything. Probably President Trump doesn't know everything, right? But to a great extent, he does, and the group that's with him does as well. So a lot of people that are informed see this as our last ditch chance, basically, to take back our country and the world, right? I believe it's going to happen, but I see little setbacks in the consciousness of humanity. So I have to point that out because it is very important that we as a whole, we the people as a whole, the world, start to push back on the evil controllers. All right. So Iran must fall. All right, I've said it over and over again. President Trump has been squeezing, taking out their leadership, taking out their their Navy, their Air Force, and their missile batteries, and air defense, and so forth and so on. Took out their nuclear, which was their nuke capacity was going to be used by the deep state to basically control anyone that got out of line. And President Trump was dropping those hints where Meloni, who is the head of Italy, she came out and said she was very critical of President Trump going after Pope, who butters her bread, right? Who's her money daddy, right? So that's what she has to do, because obviously she seems to be not the same person anymore. That's what Trump said, right? She doesn't seem to be the same person anymore. So that's very interesting, because we see some of these people get replaced, or some of these people get their chains yanked hard, right? So which was it for her? Maybe both. I don't know. And so Trump has said, "Hey, the Pope, you don't think we should be going after Iran? They could launch a missile." So he's telling everybody, what was going to come, what was going to be the control system, right? So Italy gets out of line. Meloni says the wrong thing, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to nuke you." And then somebody would have got nuked, right? Maybe somebody's still going to get nuked. I don't know. So, it's a lot of people say there's never been nukes before. I don't agree with that, but because I used to work with the nukes myself, the backpack nukes, I was going to jump one of those suckers in if things got out of control in Russia. But some people just aren't going to understand or believe or whatever. That's okay, right? But know that some of us that know what's going on. Some of us know, like I was told when I came across country and I met a gentleman on my way over, just happened to. He told me that what you're revealing is really good about the space program. The space program is very, very advanced, 100 years more than most people understand. And we are in space. I was like, wow, thank you for that. So baloney, yeah, absolutely, truther. Right, so in their song, something like that. But baloney. All right, so we have to overcome a lot of this ridiculousness, and we will, right? One way or another, I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you. All right, so it's very frustrating for a lot of us that reveal information. I had Patty Greer on just recently, and we talked about the crop circles, and she was kind of hesitant. She was like, maybe I shouldn't talk about the crop circles, right? So I was like, come on. She must have been intuiting something, because when we talked and we shared that on Amazon or her crop circle stuff, she said that after our show, for the first time in 15 years, she could not access her accounts. They closed her down, right? So these are some of the things that, we all go through. They come after, our ability to earn income, to, influence and so forth. We get spanked if we start an influence on a certain level. But great for Patty Greer. She pushed the envelope and went out there and did it again. And now they awakened everybody. She awakened everybody back to crop circles again. That it is information that's being shared with us with higher consciousness beings and so forth. Now, I think that it's tied to the secret space program stuff. I think the deep state basically got hold of some of that, and they're controlling as much as they can. I think the negative ETs basically have helped them out quite a bit. But we've had a lot of people that have come through and shared information. A lot of them are gone, right? Some of them are still around. They know how to, like Bob Lazar. It's like, oh, that alien thing that I saw through the window, it could have been just a dummy. I'm not sure that it was actually an alien. Now, he told other people that it was. He was absolutely sure it was an alien. But, when he comes out and speaks in public, he backs off that. And now I know a lot of you out there, and I've heard this, when I release stuff as well, you're like, you should be releasing that stuff. It's like, yeah, I want to stay alive. All right. You get a nice little tidbit of information and I'm dead. No, I'm not going to share everything. So that's where a lot of us are. We can't give you everything because they show us what happens when people give up really good information. They're suicided. They die mysteriously. They have heart attacks, all kind of crazy stuff. So heart attack machine. Talking about the heart attack machine, they used it on me. It didn't work, right? So, but they've used other things, and that didn't work either. So, like Bob Lazar and other people have said, we seem to be protected, right? So, I think that is actually, in my case, that's what's happening. And I look at Carrie Cassidy. I've seen her get hammered. You can see when she's been hammered. She's like, every show she does, she seems like she's getting hammered. I don't know. If it's not in her internet, it's some other way. So I talk about how she's gotten hammered. I think physically been hammered, and she talks about that as well. So it is frustrating, trying to put this information out there, and then you get, half the population or more doesn't get it at all, and attack you and say it's all bullshit. Yeah, we've never been to the moon. It's like, that's bullshit. We've been to the moon, all right, and so you're like, well, how did we get through the Van Allen belt? We had help. All right. Somebody helped some of those Apollo missions get through, guys. All right. And well, I heard that the ET said they couldn't go back there and get the hell out of there, reptilians. And it's like, yeah, they probably did. That's probably why we backed up. I don't know. But there is a lot of stuff that is, like I said, very, very advanced. I've seen some advanced stuff. But, the stuff I saw was like only 25 years more advanced. And it's like, the stuff that I saw way back is like, already come out, like the GPS stuff, right? GPS stuff was like, I was working with that stuff when they first started putting up satellites, right? So, and that was back in, the early 80s, right? I was working with lasers, laser target designators, where we would laser target and they would drop a bomb way in a distance, and it would have a cone that would basically seek that signal, and we'd light up a target, and it would like see it and it'd go in and blow it up. All right. So, and then they were like, doing it from a cockpit. Then they started doing it from the cockpit. The pilots were doing it. And now it's like the technology is way more advanced. All right. Laser. No, that's old school stuff. So, but they still talk about, blasting off. They show us a blast off of the rockets. Portaling, that's, how they have those rings that are in every city. In London, they're building like a whole bunch of rings in Miami now. I'm like, geez, they're like going to portal out the whole city through them, or bring some negatives in through those portals. But those portals are going to be the way we're going to travel in the future, right? So every city is going to have a portal, and people will go through the portal to another city, to the moon. I don't know why we go to the moon. There's nothing really there. It's a base with multiple different ET groups, as well as humans. And would you go to Venus? Would you like to go to Venus? And because I've talked about going to Venus myself, it's quite fantastic. I have a home in one of my lives in the secret space program on one of the moons in Saturn. So there's lots of stuff that we're going to be exposed to. But when you have half the population, like a pack of hyenas, that's all bullshit. It's like, well, we're still not advanced, enough for them to reveal more. So they'll give a little tidbit info, and they're checking to see where the current state of humanity and their consciousness is at. If they look around and it's like a yes, we're going back to the moon, good, or we never even been to the moon, bullshit. And so, okay, we're not gonna go forward, all right, in that project. So let's go over here. Let's see if we can expose the deep state within China, or the deep state in Iran, or the deep state in NATO, or the deep state here, and see what the how the public responds to that. Or let's talk about how we're going to do the SAVE Act and see how the public responds to that. Like 70, 80, almost 80% of people are like, pass that thing. And they're like, okay, that's good. So we can push on that. And so that's what they're doing. They're pushing the SAVE Act. All right, you got John Thune and some of these other buffoons that are in there that are trying to resist it. And they're being exposed. They're being exposed so everybody can see. Why is it that, and everybody's thinking and talking, why is it that 70%, even Democrats want to, people to show up and show their identity and that they're U.S. citizens, even Democrats. And so they're like, everybody's being exposed. There you go. Everybody wants it done, but they can't get it passed. Why is that? All right. So that's part of the exposure, and that's what we have to see. All right. So now another thing that I had Peter Tickton. All right, Peter Tickton. Let me share a screen. He was great. We had a poor connection. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to talk too much. I just let him run, and boy, he's like said everything. I was like, and everybody in the chat was like, just let him talk. I was like, yeah, that's all I can do. And he did. He just went over all the points that he wants to get solved and get advanced if he becomes Attorney General. So he goes all the way back to high school with President Trump. They were in military academy together. So he's quite a stunning gentleman. Now, a lot of you were like, I won't say a lot, but there were a few comments in there that he's old. Let's get somebody new. No, you have to be old to understand these systems and the problems that are there. Right? He's like 15 years. He's only 15 years older than I am. I'm 65 and he's 80. Trump is 79. It takes a while to work through the bullshit, guys, to figure it out and then work through it. He's got a great plan. He's very focused. He says, he talks about Hillary Clinton. He's like, basically saying, he knows that all these people died. He's like, what good is all the money? So he's like, he's very successful, just like Trump. I don't know if at that level, but he has a very successful law business. And he's like, I don't need this, but what good is all the money that I have if we don't have a country? I was like, and everybody's like, wow, that was a good point, right? What good is our country if we continue to allow these savages that are trying to come in and control our country to steal our votes? Again, one more time. This is the last time, right? If it gets stolen again, all right, there will be an arising, right? That's an indicator that they have failed completely. And we have been very patient. We've been waiting. We've been in the wings. What help do you need? How do we support this going forward? If it gets stolen again, guys, it's the end. So you need to start to talk about that, right? I'm talking about that. And that needs to go all the way up. So Trump hears that. The Trump team hears that. And they're like, okay, we don't want that. All right. We don't want them to take matters into their own hands. They gave us the green light to do it. All right. To do what we need to do to make sure that election is clean and pure, right? Clean and pure. Maybe like the last election, they'll let some states be exposed again, like California, Illinois, New York, so that the people in those states can see, because New York is obviously still compromised. Look at New York City. They just voted in a freaking communist that promised them everything and hasn't delivered on any of them, right? Why is he still there, right? He promised you guys all that stuff, New Yorkers, and why is he still there, right? You guys need to figure that out, right? You need to get together and push back. So that's one of the things that we're seeing. We'll continue to see that until people start to get together, work together to overcome this crippling bullshit that's infiltrated throughout our whole country, every county, every state, everywhere. Right. So we're seeing a little bit of cleanup here and there, but another. I promise you, if that November election, if they let that go through and it gets stolen, that's it. All right. We'll see what happens. And it's not going to be pretty. All right. So that's my thoughts on that. That's my thoughts. All right. Who knows? Maybe I'm just full of shit. It'll get stolen and then no one will do anything. And then we'll just, we'll have to, you see all these people that are running from America right now because they know they're corrupt and they're very bad, right? We have a lot of people that have run from United States, and then we have people that are coming to the United States, like Canadians, by massive numbers. Now, John Thune, Senate has delayed weaponization prosecutors and John Brennan probe for 2 months. So this is very easily handled. Now, a lot of us have said that John Brennan will be the first major one to go. Now, we just saw Swalwell. We just saw Swalwell get taken down. He was huge. He was going to run for governor, and they probably would have inserted him as governor of California. And Swalwell is like as corrupt as they can be. And so that got exposed. And of course, they're like, you take one of ours, we take one of yours. So we gave him Gonzalez from Texas, where I'm at right now. So Gonzalez is just as bad, as not worse than, a lot of these guys. And Swalwell is one of them. Right. So both those guys are gone, or will be, or who knows, maybe they just said they're going to go and they're still there. I don't know, guys. What a shit show we got for our government right now. But, they're supposedly, done. They resigned. So what does resignation mean? Does it mean that they're gone in November? Or is it gone next month, this month? What does it mean? So we haven't seen that. So is that a domino thing? That needs to be a domino thing. We need to start seeing these guys get taken down left and right now and pick up in speed. And I think that's a possibility. But, again, they just did that, and they're checking the pulse of America, and they're saying, do you guys like that? Do you want more of that? All right. We'll see. I want more of that. I want massive amounts of that. What do you guys think? We, the people, decide. All right. Earlier this year, the U.S. Justice Department asked 2 Senate committees to provide transcripts and records of contacts with former CIA Director John Brennan regarding the now discredited Russia collusion allegations, which basically Trump's, first term was like just hammered by this bullshit. Before he even got into office, they're trying to push this and get his election annulled. All right. But he was able to, push through all that and finally get in office. And then they just kept hammering him over and over again, trying to impeach him twice. It was quite a shit show. All right. We watched it. We're like, what a shit show. And then they came in with the bioweapon, COVID-19 bullshit. And then had the mail-in ballots, and that's how they stole the election before the last one, 2020. It's not over yet. So we have a lot of stuff that's being revealed about that one as well. So 2 months later, the body run by Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who is a bad boy and needs to go bye-bye, has not complied, slowing the key angle of a grand jury investigation based in Fort Pierce, Florida, into whether Obama and Biden-era government officials engaged in a conspiracy to weaponize law enforcement and intelligence tools to harm President Trump and his followers, right? And they did a pretty jam-up job when they had their Joe Biden, right, and his crackhead son, Hunter, who's like left the United States because he's under threat of being arrested. But you can run, but you can't hide. So eventually that boy will be pulled back if he hasn't already stood some time in Guantanamo. I don't know, but I think maybe he has. So they're going to continue to push and squeeze and narrow the escape routes and cut everything down. I just saw recently and people are bitching about it, where President Trump is like, yeah, maybe we'll allow those surveillance cameras to stay a little bit. Why would that be? So they keep an eye on those. But then, of course, you have those people testing the waters. Then you have those people who are like, oh, this bullshit. It's like, well, you didn't complain when they were put up to begin with, obviously, because they're up. And so now you want to complain because President Trump is going to have them stay a little while. Stay a little while longer. So if it stays a little while longer, we can keep track of these criminals that are trying to get away. I think that's really why he wants to keep that there and keep track of criminals that are doing all kinds of bad things. All right. So that's my take on that. Now, if you want to just look at everything that Trump, like the deep state does, and the press and the corrupt politicians and all the people throughout the world that screw you. Macron and, all those other people that are out there that like criticize our president. You're criticizing because, it's coming for you. Right. And it's just a matter of time. All right. So we're going to continue to see, these things. We'll see a little bit of a info test, probing, info probes. So start keeping an eye on those guys. So now that you understand why President Trump does those, hopefully most of you did anyway. I think I'm just preaching to the choir right now, but I think, there's probably still some people out there who don't get it. That's why, I just kind of, Navy SEAL, 24 years, 11 years CIA. And like, maybe I know a few things. I don't know. Maybe. All right. So the stock market decided to go big. Now, why is that? You've been following me for a little while. You know that oil goes down, stocks go up. All right. So oil went down really big because President Trump and supposedly Iran. Now, how many times have I told you that Iran and the Shiites, the shits, as I call them, they're very corrupt. They're very evil. They're about as wicked as they can be. They're like Nazis on steroids. They're forcing some issues that have to be resolved. Hezbollah, Hamas, and of course in Iran, they're a minority. How do they get so much damn power? Because they're violent and they're psychopaths. Whereas most of Muslims are very peaceful. Most, not all. So you're like, well, the Sunni are like so peaceful. Yeah. They're so peaceful they can be, told to like give part of their money to terrorist organizations like CARE and all these other ones that basically support terrorism, right, throughout the world. So that's how that works. So all the Muslims in the United States and all across the world basically have to give certain amounts of their money to these organizations that basically fund terrorism. Hello. All right. So yeah, that's not good. That's not good. So yeah, they're peaceful, but they're manipulatable to the point where they can, I guess it's kind of like the United States. We get taxed and property taxed and all that bullshit. And they use that to basically go against us, pay for these illegal aliens to come in and take over our countries. All right. So yeah, the taxation is a bad thing. It's across the board, who knows? Maybe the Sunni, because remember, who was Osama bin Laden? He was a Sunni from Saudi Arabia, right? And Saudi Arabia, for the most part, not as much anymore. They have softened quite a bit because the women folk put pressure on them. We want to drive, and so no, you can't drive. You're a woman. It's like bullshit. And so women got out and drove, and now I don't know if they're allowed to drive now, but I remember that was a big thing in Saudi Arabia many years ago. They didn't want to wear their burqas. I don't think they got away with getting rid of that one, but Saudi Arabia, you're like, well, in the United States, we have all these mosques, and in Texas, don't mess with Texas. Well, the Muslims are at Texans big time, right? Even though your governor acts like he's, pushing back on them, but they still are building more mosques in Texas than anywhere else. Probably anywhere else in the world. I don't know. Maybe. Let's do a study on that. Let's send taxpayer money to Texans, taxpayer money to do a study on, how many mosques are being built all over the world, and is Texas making more mosques than anywhere else in the world? And then they'll come back and it's like, yes, Texas is making more mosques than anywhere else in the world. It took us $100 million to figure that out, right? So corruption. Everywhere you look, it's pathetically disgusting, right? And we have to clean it up. And if we believe that these idiots will allow us to vote them out and vote somebody good in with the old system that's been manipulating us for decades, we are morons, right? It ain't going to happen. So that's why we have to start to push until we get a free and fair election this November. And if it doesn't happen, the pushing is going to get real severe on the other side of that. All right. So those people that are involved in making that happen, there's a lot of people out there that are really doing great work out there, setting examples. I've had some of them on my show. It's going to take all of us getting together and making sure this happens. All right. So let's look at what happened with the stock market on Friday when Trump said that the Iranians have said that they are going to let the Strait of Hormuz be open again, right? And so the stock market went, oh my God, let's go up. We've been holding back so long. Although April 1st, when that spaceship went out in space, same date, right? So all these things were happening. Was it a distraction? What happened? Stock market went up from that point to all-time highs. NASDAQ and the S&P hit all-time highs the day before, I think Thursday, and on Friday, of course, they hit another massive all-time high. The S&P was having all kinds of problems, going over 7,000. Look at that. It's 7,000. Look at that big pump. Woo! Big pump, right? So it pumped and pumped and pumped, and it went high. It went way over 7,000, which was resistance. The NASDAQ also went to all-time highs. The Dow looked like it was trying to do it on Friday. It was getting close to over 50,000, but it pulled back a little bit. Maybe somebody knew. Maybe somebody knew that something would happen today, right? So Bitcoin is down. Maybe they know something because it was up big. And so, we'll have to see. We're going to have to see if President Trump can come back and work his magic again. The art of the deal. Will it happen on Monday? Because if not, you're going to see that stock market go down again, right? So I've said that the stock market would go to ridiculously new highs, but I said it would probably pull back 10 to 20%. Well, it got a little bit down below 10%, and then it said, all right, let's go back up. President Trump is talking sweet magic. He's got the gift of the gab, and so art of the deal. And we went up from from lows to new highs, right? And so these will not be the highs, and then it go back down. We will go to ridiculous highs, like I've said for quite some time. We'll probably see a pullback, and then we'll go to ridiculous highs, right? So we saw a pullback. It's not as deep as I would have liked it, but it is what it is, all right? Because President Trump is like, he get to the gab, right? So it's like, yeah, we're talking to the Iranians, and they're going to work with us. And that guy, Mike Jaco, he spent all that time over there. He's a pretty smart guy, but yeah, Trump probably talks about me like not. But anyway, he's, juggling, and he's doing a very good job of it. Juggle. And I don't know how many things he's got in there juggling, but he's doing a pretty good job. And so it comes down to the point where what is really going to happen here? Are we going to go in and kick their ass? Well, while this is going on, more supplies are coming, more missiles, more drones, more personnel. All right, we'll just call it personnel. All right, personnel that know how to use weapon systems. All right, and put their feet on the ground and run around inside foreign nations. All right, and make bad guys go bye-bye. So it keeps building. So they keep seeing that they're all their little spies, because they have spies everywhere. All right, they have spies in our press. They have spies in our Congress. They're all paid. Pay spies. And so they're like telling things. And we have spies in our military. It's just so much deep state activity out there. And President Trump is working around that, doing good stuff. But, sometimes they get one, sometimes we get two, and sometimes they don't get one and we get two more. And sometimes they get two and we get four. And so ahead, but we're constantly moving ahead. All right. We're squeezing, getting rid of deep state puppets here and there, behind the scenes, all kind of stuff. Infiltrated means, Elizabeth, that they have moved in to different positions with their little controllers, right? That make things happen in the military and business and Congress and so forth. Like Jonathan, not passing or giving, investigators what they need to basically arrest, people that need to be arrested, right? So, and that's what we're seeing. So it's being exposed on one end, but nothing's happening on the other. So how much exposure does it take, like a Swalwell, to the point where it basically we can't resist this anymore? It's too much, right? So then it goes down, right? So what's next? Who's next? That will be interesting. So Brennan should be first within that group. So you got Brennan, Obama, all those, FBI director, You got Clapper. You got so many that have to go away. But one has to start. You have to have the first domino go, right? So there's lots of things that have to happen before that domino falls and starts to press the other ones. All right. So what else we got going on? So Iran, U.S.-Israel war live. So we have India summons Iranian envoy over firing at Indian tankers. So Israel attacked Lebanon again. So Iran is like, deals off. And so they shot at 14 India-bound ships were reportedly intercepted and attacked by IRGC. Now, the IRGC, if you go back in time and you look at Rome, you had the Praetorian Guard, which basically decided who was going to be and who would stay emperor. And so they were basically a Roman legion, not legion, but Roman group, soldiers, warriors, whatever, that worked their way up to controlling, who they were the puppet masters. So they will put people. So that's what the IRGC is for the rulers of Iran. They're protectors and they're puppet masters, right? So if they lose someone that they were protecting and puppet mastering, like happened with their Khomeini with Israel strikes, they don't care. They're still there. They're still in control. They still have the power. Now you have the Iranian military, which is separate, right? It's separate. And they keep the Iranian, like the Roman legions and all that kind of stuff. The Praetorian Guard kept them separate, right? So whoever they puppet mastered as the emperor, then the emperor would say, okay, let's send the legion out to this country, to Gaul, and let's take Gaul, or let's take the German tribes, and German tribes are like, slaughter them. And it's like, okay, let's send them over to take the Persians, and the Persians slaughter them. It's like, send them running. And same thing with the Germans. So now some did really well. Who did really well? Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar went up there and kicked their ass, right? And then so those controllers, the deep state, all the way back then, they went, just did the old knifey, as many times as it took to make Caesar fall down and go bye-bye, right? So that is pretty much what the IRGC is, guys. They're controllers of whoever's in. So the IRGC, the Shia mofos, have to go bye-bye, right? They're going to continue this. I'm telling you, they're going to continue this. Going to go back and forth. I've fought these mofos for a long time. The only thing they understand is if they go bye-bye, they're gone. And or someone with so much power gets in there that they can't pull their bullshit, right? So, but eventually they will work their way back up. So they have to either be convinced very strongly, very powerfully, that they are no longer going to exert themselves. Until that point is reached, we'll see deals, and all that is just giving them time to reinvigorate, focus, and get ready for the next round of kicking ass, right? That's my thoughts on that. So I don't know. I hope President Trump can pull something off, but I don't think it's gonna, right? I think we're just gonna continue to do this until we absolutely have to go in and annihilate them, right? But we'll see. Now, there's other things that are going on in the world. If you guys haven't been aware, I will help you become more aware. And that is, I've been saying that it's going to be, because I did at the beginning of the year, I did a forecast of what's coming. My forecasts have been they're getting better and better and better, right? Betterer and betterer and more better. So the ones that I did for this year is the earthquake activity we saw last year was pretty devastating. It's going to be far more devastating this year. Now we look at Campo Flegrei, and there's kind of like what I've been saying. I've been saying that Campo Flegrei will probably go. It will probably blow big. All right, let's see what on the pulse what Silky says.
Escape routes blocked and school evacuated because of high temperatures and volcanic gas emissions. So news from Campo Flegrei, while we just had another strong earthquake storm that has calmed down a little bit right now, but we're still seeing earthquakes. So what the heck is going on at the supervolcano Campo Flegrei near Naples, with more than 6 million people that are clogged in between two monsters, Campo Flegrei and Vesuvius. So that's not really great, the news that we're hearing right now. And it's not just some person who's saying this. Giuseppe Di Natale, we've heard a lot from him. I've reported a lot about him. He works for the INGV, has worked in the leading position in the INGV, has given continuous warnings throughout the years, basically since 2018, but that is not so unlikely, and it happens without warning. We know, White Island style. A school in Pozzuoli had to close. Again, we've had that last year. Homes, schools. People were feeling dizzy in their homes, and they didn't know what it is. Gas. It was gas. Carbon dioxide levels in the school, in the basement, were measured so high that authorities shut the building down and they ordered further investigations. Well, they should know what it is. They had to close down schools if just a stronger earthquake hits. And we've seen this before also last year, when the head of the INGV, like the Vesuvius Observatory, they are the ones that are giving out the warnings that should give the public information about that volcano. They're also in this area. So when there was a strong earthquake, magnitude 4.4 or 4.6, their personnel couldn't even get there because there was a road closure on the main highway that is built with a lot of bridges and columns and very, very vulnerable. That's their main escape route. This is where all the escape routes from the city lead to. So again, these members.
So you have 6 million people that are supposed to go through those bridges, right? So if the earthquake that comes, that's a warning, like we've seen for a lot of these volcanoes that eventually erupt. You get a massive earthquake, and that's because of the lava pool is pushing closer to the surface. It causes an earthquake. And then not long after that, we get a massive eruption, right? So that's probably the way it's going to work out there at Campo Flegrei. And then you're going to have people trying to go over those bridges, like she was just pointing out. Some of those bridges are still closed because they're building them, right? So, and you saw how they're up on stilts. Those things will get shaky. And if the volcanic lava, whatever, like were to hit any of that area, you got 6 million people who are trapped. Wow. Right. Not a good plan. Not a good plan to build on, areas where there's a potential for massive volcanic activity or earthquakes. So, that's the way it is in Italy. They don't need an atomic bomb hitting them. They're going to have like Campo Flegrei that's going to take out 6 million. So, we don't have to worry about Iran, shooting a missile over there. They're going to take it out. Millions going to go. I hope not, but that's what I'm seeing, unfortunately. So now many people dismiss this, just like they dismiss, the moon landings and technologies that are out there. Now, let me show you what happened where you have the government. You can trust the government. Where the government of Peru basically poo-pooed the scientists that went up and said, hey, you need to be aware that this town with 20,000 people in it is at extreme risk because if this volcano goes, earthquake, volcano, then you will have probably everyone in this town die. And they're like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just scientists. Go away.
The warning was real. The bureaucracy was fatal. The population of Yungai kept growing. Sunday, May 31st, 19...
All right, remember these 4 trees right here.
3:23 p.m. People were settling into a quiet afternoon under a mountain that had been studied, argued over, and politically neutralized. A magnitude 7.9 earthquake, the strongest to strike Peru in recorded history, ruptured offshore. The shaking lasted 45 seconds. A typical destructive earthquake is over in 15. This one refused to stop. Adobe walls didn't just crack, they exploded outward. Heavy clay roofs pancaked straight down. Dust rose so fast it blocked the afternoon sun. People who stumbled into the streets stood in near darkness and thought they had just survived the worst. They hadn't. 30 seconds into the shaking, 18,000 feet up the western face of Huascarán Norte, the fractured mass Bernays had identified gave way. It started as 265 million cubic feet of rock and ice. 7 Empire State Buildings compressed into a single block, torn loose from the mountain face. As the mass hit the lower glacier and...
All right, so we've seen something typical like this as happened in Switzerland last year. Not on the massive scale of this one, but this is something that you need to be aware of. We're going to see more of this on a massive scale going forward.
Or down slope, something unusual happened. Under that kind of pressure, ice doesn't hold. It melts. The flow became extraordinarily mobile. Meltwater and pulverized rock turning the base into something close to a frictionless surface. Think of a car hydroplaning on a wet highway at 80 miles an hour. Total loss of grip, total loss of control. Now make that car weigh 1 billion tons. The mass wasn't sliding, it was flying. As it flew, it gorged. Boulders, moraine, glacial lakes, all swept up and absorbed. By the time the flow reached the valley floor, it had expanded from 265 million cubic feet to nearly 3.5 billion. Enough to bury all of Manhattan under 5 feet of solid rock in under 4 minutes. Average speed across the 9-mile run to Yungai, 175 to 210 miles per hour. Peak velocity in the upper chute, above 280. Faster than an Indy car at full throttle. At 3:26 p.m., the mass hit Cerro Aira. At 200 miles an hour, a rock wall doesn't act like a shield. It acts like a ramp. Its momentum carried it up and over the ridge, sending a destructive lobe down into Yungai. The ridge that had defined the city as safe for 8 years became the launch pad for its destruction. Down in Yungai, the sky turned pitch black before the wall arrived. Not from clouds, but from the hurricane-force dust moving ahead of it. Mateo Casaverde, a Peruvian geophysicist present in the valley that afternoon, later wrote one line in his official report. The sky went dark and Yungai disappeared. A surviving witness said it sounded like 1,000 commercial jets flying 50 feet overhead. First came the wind, then the dust, then the mountain. By 3:27 p.m.,
All right, so there's those 4 palm trees. All right, everything else is buried.
After the earthquake began, Yungai ceased to exist. The plaza, the cathedral, the market, the streets, buried under debris, in places dozens of feet deep. By the following morning, that debris had locked up like poured concrete. The earthquake had broken the town. The avalanche erased it. But scattered across the rubble, a handful of people were still breathing. And the difference between them and 20,000 dead came down to one thing. On Cerro Mirador, the terraced municipal cemetery above the city, crowned by a white statue of Cristo Blanco.
All right, the white Christ. So, standing, that's where children ran, fortunately. And they have this silly ass story of a clown that blew his pipe. It's like, who comes up with this shit? Who knows if that really happened? I doubt it. But these baddies have to throw in their bullshit. So supposedly this clown was blowing his pipe and marched the little kids up to the mountain there. Now, some of these children, because it was, I guess, in waves, some of this debris, and some of the children ran, unfortunately, back down into town, never seen again. So note to self, if you're in something like this, go to high ground, not towards the volcano, of course, high ground, but, somewhere high ground, far away, hopefully. And don't go back. Don't go back, because that will be the death of you.
People who ran toward it when the sound began reached the upper tiers. The flow scoured the lower terraces clean. Around 90 survivors stood on the upper steps and watched their city disappear below them. Near the eastern edge of town, Circo Verolina had set up at Estadio Fernandez, a sports ground on slightly elevated ground. It was a Sunday afternoon. The show was scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Dozens of children had come without their parents. A Sunday trip to the circus, parents still at home or in the market at the center of the city. The earthquake hit at 3:23. Around 260 children and their teachers were already at the...
All right, so 260 children and their teachers ran to high ground. But only 90 survived because the other ones ran back into town to go see if they could help or go be with their parents or whatever. So again, don't go back. So I think this is beautiful. The children ran to Christ and Christ protected them.
Already on high ground, 7 minutes before the performance they had come to watch. The flow swept past below them. There was no escape. They simply happened to be standing in the one place that held. In the years that followed, a legend spread. A circus clown named Cucharita.
In the years that followed, a legend spread. A bullshit legend, probably. What the heck? So we know what the clowns are. They're like the fallen angel types.
Led the children up the hill like a Pied Piper, keeping them together while the city below disappeared. No document from 1970 confirms this version. Some of those children tried to run back down toward their parents. The legend may be bigger than the truth. But the children were still there when the flow passed.
So of course they would throw in the dark clown, right? Which is the fallen angels. That's a representation of the fallen angels. So and the children ran to the white Christ, and they were saved. And so they have to throw in the dark angel stuff, right? The clowns. All right. So just want to share that with you. Now, this mud flood basically went a lot further. I think there was 20,000 in that town. I think it was like upwards of 60 to 70,000. It could be, the numbers could be a little bit off, but it went down through rivers and created, blocks, and blocks of the river broke and more people died. So quite a few more people died during this time and were buried. And now in this town itself, they were buried to the point where they said no digging, right? Kind of like Vesuvius, going off and, burying Pompeii. They're probably like back then, they're like, no digging, right? Just let it be a burial place. So this town, Yungai, has become, a big cemetery, and they won't let people dig there. Who knows? Maybe a couple thousand years from now, somebody will discover it like, oh, look, there's a whole town buried here. What were they like back then? So, that's kind of the way these things happen. All right. So I believe we're going to see a lot more of that. Now, Hunter Biden is now living abroad as legal troubles mount. Court filing reveals the embattled former first son, Hunter Biden, doesn't have daddy there to protect him anymore, has reportedly moved out of the United States amid mounting legal issues just a year after his father left the presidential office in 2025. So his attorney says Mr. Biden lives abroad. He cannot pay his current lawyers. All that fraud money that went to him, and of course the Hunter Biden laptop with all that filth on it. That's why is that still covered up? It's like insane. But that was part of the cover up. They were like, oh, that's Russian disinformation to destroy Biden so that he won't be elected in office. And then people later were like, I wouldn't have voted. Democrats later were like, I wouldn't have voted for Biden if I knew that was real. Yeah. Okay. Well, you need to get clued up, don't you? Right. But I think a lot of those people have been. Now, Colorado family forced to say goodbye to one-year-old son after routine respiratory illness spirals into tragedy. So, yeah, that big pharma, corrupt thing that tries to kill all of us. Now, where did that start? Remember Obamacare, right? Obamacare. Yeah. So he came in and he basically let the big pharma come in and start to control, right? The insurance companies, all that. He basically said, if it's not FDA approved, so the energy enhancer that was made for the Navy SEALs, it had to go because it wasn't FDA approved. Now, when you get FDA approval, you're like, well, then we can do whatever. Then we can sell to everybody, and all the doctors and all the hospitals are like, we're gonna be rich. No, because the FDA then controls you. They own you, and if there's something about your product that they're maybe not making enough money on, or it's going to interfere with another product they want to have come out, and they're going to make more money on it, they will pull the rug. And we've seen a lot of products out there they've done that too. So the product that was helping Navy SEALs with energy enhancement and so forth got pushed out. So fortunately, with David Schmidt say, well, I'll just take it over here and do it myself then. And that's what he did. And now we have a LifeWave water machine. And I'm drinking some of that water right now. Yep. And I'm drinking it with Celergize. Celergize is basically activate Celergize, AM, PM, and the X39 and the water machine. All those three things are going to take you to the next level. It's going to help you push past the Biden, Obama, big pharma control system. All right. They have really come after this. Now I've heard several stories since I've been here. Of course, I have a fantastic story of my own with the LifeWave water machine, but I've heard several of them. There were people that were, of course, I can't say that this same results will happen for everybody. All right. Because big pharma wants to restrict you from saying all the great things that it will do because they want to have control, but they can't control everything. Otherwise, no one will get their stuff because they're like, well, you guys are manipulating, controlling the market. Yeah. Right. But they can't be too openly controlling. Otherwise, they'll lose credibility. Right. But they're squeezing. We saw the same thing with the COVID vaccination, all the death and destruction that happened from that. Right. And that's just my opinion. Maybe it didn't happen. Right. Maybe it's not ongoing. I don't know. But we're going to talk about that too. All right. But you have a fabulous thing that some people have actually used the water, the LifeWave water, which basically infuses light into the water, and it goes into your body and does amazing things. And some of those amazing things are helping people that were in hospice that were getting ready to go away, unfortunately, get up and start to lead very active lives again. Wow. But those are just isolated incidences at this point. maybe it would help you, maybe not. But wouldn't it be worth a try? And that's about all I can say about that. So suppression and little children, toddlers dying in Colorado is what we're seeing right now. All right. So respiratory illness turned into, once the family unfortunately took that child into the hospital system, big pharma system, that child is brain dead. And it's just a little case of the flu and the croup, and escalated into brain death following multiple hospital visits. Right. All right. So we know Colorado is super corrupt. And I guess that corruption spreads into every aspect, right? Because once corruption is allowed to come in, that is done through their governor, and it was, of course, Tina Peters was trying to expose that corruption, and she's in prison. And California, you know, who's that one Nick guy that's like, you know, exposed all that stuff in Minnesota, and now he's over in California. Well, they're trying to pass a law where if there is an illegal or a foreign entity conducting business in California and it's corrupt, you can have an outside source like Nick come in and you know, expose that. It's against Nick Shirley. Thank you. So Nick Shirley is blowing the whistle. Are people listening? We'll see. Maybe California's going to pass a law where no one can expose their corruption, right? It's illegal. You cannot expose our corruption. Wow. So that's how bad the corruption is in Cali. Going back to Cali. Going back to Cali. I don't think so. Right. So let's look at HIV. HIV seems to be on the rise in big cities. What could it be? What could it be? Well, it seems to have coincided with the vaccination, but there's other ideas of what's causing that. Unprotected sex. Is that why? Let's look.
For the first time in decades, HIV infections are on the rise here in Chicago. They jumped about 29% between 2022 and in 2024. Joining me this morning to discuss this is Dr. Anu Hazra. He's an associate professor of medicine at the University of Chicago, specializing in infectious diseases. Thanks so much for your time this morning.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the headline here. What is driving this increase, and are you seeing any pattern that could be leading to this rise in cases?
Yeah, I think people have a lot of potential hypotheses of why we're seeing about a 30% increase for the past 2 years. I think the biggest impact factor is potentially COVID, and understanding that a lot of folks were disengaged from medical care, from continuity care, from preventative care during a really distinct.
See how they make excuses for this? I love it. I love to see this stuff. So obvious. Well, because people were cut off from care. So they weren't getting the care they normally get from the hospital because they were only taking COVID patients. And so all those people that were dying, that were supposed to get operations and so forth, they died because they had COVID. No, they died because you were supposed to like operate on them. And then they did the test on them, and of course they died from COVID, right? So the corrupt test that you could be the healthiest person on the planet with no infections, no nothing going on in your system, and they would do a test on you, and that test would say, "Oh, you have COVID." Yeah, remember those days? So dark, so mysterious how that happened, but so many people fell for that. Kind of like, you know, people fell for the disinformation about the moon landings, right? It didn't happen. It doesn't exist. We've never been to the moon. All right, very good. Did you get your COVID shot? If you did, you better get on LifeWave. Right?
Time, and now we're sort of seeing the lingering effects of what occurred about 6 years ago. And then the other thing to note is about half of these new infections, of the 800 plus new infections, are in Latinx populations. And so trying to understand how we can increase or improve services to more marginalized populations.
All right. Critical thinkers? I don't know. But it seems to be Some people got affected more than others. Will they do a study and say, did more Hispanics fall for the COVID lie shot or what? I don't know. But it seems like there's, and this is not just in Chicago, guys. Where else do you think it might be? It's in New York. It's in LA. It's everywhere where there were vaccinations.
City is super important.
What does that process look like? Because you pointed out the sharp rise, especially in Latino populations. So how do you get the message out?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is community-based outreach. A lot of it, which is, has been in the past federally funded or state-funded work done by really great community organizations that are embedded across these populations that may not have the best access to healthcare, but making sure they have access to.
But continue to be the majority of the new cases. And these are only of the cases that they know of. There's a ton of people that never get tested. They never get discovered. They don't go to the doctor. And so when you see this jump, there's two caveats to this, right? A, this is just the most recent data, but it's still at least a year old, right? Because we still freshly into 2026. They've only been able to measure 2023, 2024 compared to the years prior. And then you also have to factor in, we still got to get the 2025 data, which I'm pretty sure that it goes up much more from there because people were back outside. And a smaller portion of the population in Chicago versus the majority of the cases, which basically tells you that everybody is just humping on everybody. And it's never going to be cool to find yourself out there with HIV. I remember when Magic Johnson had announced that he had HIV, and all of the players in the NBA was a lot more skeptical about even playing with him because we as a society were largely unfamiliar with how you even transmit it. Now, people have a choice. You have a choice of if you want to engage or participate in unprotected sex, or you want to engage with somebody prior to getting married. And it's not even enough to just say, hey, what's your mind chart? You can.
All right. So good on Anton Daniels for reporting on this. Is it because of unprotected sex? Probably some of that is. My thoughts are that it is because of all the epidemiologists that were suppressed during the COVID vaccination program were warning that we would see a massive rise in HIV. So suppression of the immune system from the vaccination, mRNA vaccination, is that what's doing it? That's what they said back then. I don't know. I'm not an expert. But when I just look at information, I'm very observant. I've been talking, lots of us have been talking about this for years, that we would see this stuff start to really accelerate several years down the road as people's immune systems start to collapse, start to get compromised. All right. So again, we've seen through testing that the X39 is helping people that have been vaccinated. All right. Will it help everybody? I don't know. Right. So would it be worth it to you to find out, to actually use X39 and stay healthy like me and other people, and then a lot of people that have been vaccinated? I think so. But, it's up to you. They're not going to do the studies on this, guys, because then they'll be held accountable. And then all of the massive fraud. Oh, no, the Democrats don't do fraud. Joe Biden didn't push that and said, you better get that or you're not going to have a job. Or, all the stuff that they did to, pushing on the military and so forth. It was trying to take down the system, collapse the system, break the system. It's still happening, right? Now there are ways, a lot of you guys are detoxing, doing a lot of stuff, the X39 and Celergize, and now the water machine. Can you get the water machine at this point? Only if you're a brand partner. And at this point, it's a waiting list because it sold out so fast because people have been hearing some good things about it. And hopefully They're putting more and more machines out there. A lot of people in my group got it because we were talking about it. So a lot of people got that machine very quickly. There's still more people getting it. If you get on the waiting list, so go on my LifeWave account, sign up if you're not there yet. If you are, going to your back office and go into where they have the LifeWave picture. Click on that, and there's a waiting list button. Get on the waiting list, and when it's available, depending on where you're at on the waiting list, and they think that within a couple weeks or so, they should have all of the back orders filled, and it starts to come ready for more people within LifeWave, retail customers, and then the preferred customers and so forth. All right. Then eventually it'll be available to the general population in the United States, and then eventually to other countries. So it's one of those that's absolutely, I'm on the preferred partner list. Very good. All right. So you'll be able to get on that list or order hopefully within the next couple of weeks. So it's coming. Marines move to the front. Maybe the Marines can move to the front. They should be able to. There was for quietly people that had some serious issues that were probably going to pass. They got a LifeWave machine, water machine, X2O, and they're still with us. A lot of those people. So it will be something that's going to be very valuable. But it's not going to be valuable if you don't use it. All right, that's the issue with a lot of this stuff. People just don't start. The way to start right now is X39 and the Celergize. So last few things. Now they said COVID vaccines and COVID-19 and people living with HIV. So they try to push people that actually had HIV to get COVID vaccinated. I wonder how that worked out for them. We're not going to see those studies, guys. So you're not going to see the studies where, and we talked about this. I showed it early on. Those YouTube channels got taken down. But I was showing that that stuff, that HIV stuff, in it, in that thing that went in your arm, in it, right? So it was exposed by people. It was exposed by people. All right. Canadians are getting the hell out of Canada, right? On a massive scale. If, they don't start to, make some of those provinces up there states, then everybody's going to leave Canada and come to the United States.
The study finds nearly half of the most productive Canadians are fleeing to the United States, even as third world migrants now make up 98% of Canada's population growth. Canada is scooping up the gravel and sending the gems to America. The data comes from the Bank of Canada, Canada's Federal Reserve, who reports 40% of Canadians who would rank in the top 10% of earnings have already left to the U.S. These are doctors, engineers, scientists, finance, tech, the exact fields where there is a shortage in Canada. It brings Canadians living in the U.S. to 1.1 million. That's equivalent to 10 million Americans living in Canada. So a Canadian is now 59 times more likely to live in the U.S. than an American in Canada. Another recent study found 2/3 of Canadian grad students plan to leave Canada, pocketing their taxpayer-subsidized education. 10 years ago, that was 1 in 5. Last one out, turn in the tube. Bloomberg recently profiled a young Vietnamese.
All right. So Canada is also coming up with the kind of like California, where you're not going to be able to expose the fraud. So Canada is going to come out with a bill or something where if you leave Canada, you're going to have to pay $500,000. It's an exit fee. $500,000. Dude, I heard 500, then I heard 300,000, whatever it's going to be. Wow. You better get the hell out of Canada now while you can. I said that when COVID started. I said, you guys better get the hell out of Canada. I know a lot of people listen to me. Right? It may be getting close to the point where you're not going to be able to leave Canada. So Your last chance, your last window of opportunity. Goodbye, Canada. Bye-bye, Canada. All right. We'll go up there and pick the pieces back up when it's completely collapsed and rebuild. We'll make it the 51st state. So, Europe is accelerating a NATO fallback plan in case Trump pulls out. So they're already, brought this up several days ago, and then, wow, this comes out. So, you kind of can see this stuff, kind of like the HIV and that shot thing. So Europe is accelerating a NATO fallback plan in case Trump pulls out. The continent is drawing up a contingency for greater European involvement as tensions rise over Iran war. But wasn't it over Friday? Oh, not now? Yeah. A fallback plan to ensure Europe can defend itself. Never going to happen. All right. It didn't during the last Soviet invasion. All right. This time, no one's going to stop the Soviet invasion because Europe is a deep state. And now, with Russia having thrown off the deep state, remember the Soviet Union? That was a deep state. Russians got tired of it. I guess Europeans haven't gotten tired of their deep state, so they're not going to throw it off. So Europe, there's help coming. Russia. All right. The plan's advancing informally through side discussions and over dinner meetings in and around the North Atlantic Treaty Organization aren't intended to rival the current alliance, participants said. European officials are aiming to preserve deterrence against Russia, operational continuity, and nuclear credibility if Washington withdraws forces from Europe or refuses to come to its defense. Refuses to come to its defense, like you guys refuse to come, let us even use our bases that we have in your countries to defend you, or fly over your countries to go somewhere to defend you, to take out our nuclear threat from savages that would absolutely have been used against you guys in Europe. So it's not looking good for Europe. Bye-bye, Europe. All right. So a lot of stuff happening out there. It's basically, like I said, info probes are happening to see where the consciousness is at. There's been some failures, all right? But there's been some successes. So we'll see, more of these probes that happen. President Trump looking like Jesus and healing people when right above him is a demonic figure. So has it been compromised? Yeah, of course. All right. The church has been compromised. It's demonic. Look at this, the snake head. That's the Vatican's, where they have people come in and view the Pope, and he sits on a throne looking thing, and behind him looks like some kind of demonic scene from hell. All right. It's like, what kind of viewing room is that? Like crazy. But same thing. The truth is out there. People don't want to push back on it. It continues and pushes further and further and further until it's all gone. Will it happen in America? Ain't going to happen. Promise you. If we even get to the point, which I doubt, that we have a compromised election again, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. It's going to be very bad. All right. Because we're not going to let them come in and run us out of our country and throw us in gulags like they did during the Biden administration. Right. Not going to happen again. They've already said that, like I said, they've already said that they're going to come out. They're going to get back in. They're going to get back in office, and they're going to put all the judges they need to make sure this never happens again, that they don't have complete and utter control. Right. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. All right. There's going to be massive pushback all the way up into the elections. Right. This summer, pushback. Congress gets back in and Senate gets back in office. The pushback on them is going to be relentless. All right. And then the takedown, I think, of corrupt congressional leaders and senators and so forth is going to start to really pick up speed. We may not even be able to have an election, which I think is a very high possibility, because there's going to be so many people taken out of office. All right. Hoping that happens, because, boy, we need to clean that cesspool up so much. The swamp is no longer a swamp. It's a sewage pond. All right. Swamp is like clean compared to what's going on in Congress and Senate now. That is a cesspool. Nasty. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. And we'll see you guys next time.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Gene Decode. Always an interesting podcast with Gene. Every single time. People love these podcasts. I'm just kind of in awe of the people turning on Trump, specifically the podcasters, Candace, Alex, Megyn Kelly.
That was easy too. That's part of the movie. Candace, Tucker.
Do you explain that? Are they compromised, or are they they part of it?
No, it's part of the movie. What they're going to do, and Margie Taylor Greene's part of this, to develop another party, because the Democrat Party is going to go away, and you need something for people to go to. So it's going to split MAGA because some people are unhappy, so they have a place to go. Then when
whoa. This is part of the Trump plan?
Yes, it's part of the plan.
What? Okay, I didn't see this coming. So
control the opposition. So now you set up another party. Then after the next presidential election comes in, they merge back together into one party, and everybody's backing the MAGA again. So it's all part of, it's for those that are unhappy, that can't understand what's going on with Iran and Israel and all of whatever, whatever they're upset about, whether it's what's going on within the United States, what's going on the Straits of Hormuz, whatever it is, they're upset. It gives them another place to go. And Candace is completely read in. She has got intel coming at her like freaking crazy. As far as
this is all theater.
Yes. As far as Alex Jones, he's a savant, selective. And so he has sources that give him intel to steer him in a certain way. He's not read in, but he's steered. And so they're steering him and giving Candace the intel and Tucker the intel. He's read in, not as high as Candace, but Candace is way read in. And so it's all part of the script of the movie. I love it.
Okay, so let me get this straight. You're telling me Candace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly are all read in. They're part of the operation.
Yep.
It can look like MAGA is divided, but it's all theater.
Yep. Add in Nick Fuentes in there too.
Okay, so I fell for it. I feel like an idiot now. This actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Too many years of the military. I've seen this show before on the submarines. When the officers play one division against another, one department. I've seen this one before.
Wow. All right. So that kind of threw me for, I really was starting to believe. This gives me a different perspective. That's why I like having you on, Gene.
You're welcome. And you'll see it all happen. It'll all play out, and it's just like with Elon, where he and Elon had a big spat, and they separated, and Elon said he's in the Epstein files. Yeah, he is. Because Epstein hated him.
What did that achieve with Elon? I'm still trying. What did that theater achieve with Elon?
That was to get people, because Trump can't go and use the Epstein files. It's leverage for one thing against leaders all over the world and all kinds of other people too. Pretty much bankers, you name it. Most of the famous people in the world are in that list. Not like Trump either. And Elon, where they're mentioned because they're not liked. And, because he had Epstein arrested and, he testified and he had him thrown out of Mar-a-Lago and all his compounds. Not like that. you got most of these people in there because they went to Zorro Ranch and the island and New York, his place, like you saw Prince Andrew, all of that. So they are really deep in it. And so the red folder is what that he got to each certain leaders of the world is their script to follow based on, in some cases they have leverage over them. In some cases it's an actor. Here's your script. So, and if it's part of the alliance, like Putin, Xi, and Trump, it's, okay, when I do this, you'll do that. When we do this, you do that. And Modi, they're all four part of that, of the world alliance.
I mean, the way the way they all responded, I mean, Candace was on a vacation. She went back into the office and got on it immediately. Alex Jones now is really going full throttle, full retard on this. And it just looks like, I don't know, it looks like they took it very serious. So you're saying this is an act?
Yeah, it's an act. They're good too, aren't they? Alex Jones is not an act. He's being played. He gets intel. They steer him. They know he's a selective savant who can't keep his mouth shut with intel at all. So he's given certain intel to get wind up and get all of it. So, yeah, that's what he does really well.
So this is like the WWE. This is like what we're watching is behind the scenes. Look, here's your script. We're going to do this. And the whole objective is to do what? Further. Okay, so it looks like it's dividing MAGA, but why wouldn't they want MAGA stronger than ever right now?
You don't want that because it's going to naturally divide anyway. You've got to control the division.
Control the division.
Yep.
Okay, this makes sense.
If you've got a huge rock in this, it's going to split the river in half. You want to control how that rock splits the river in half. So you put a rock further upstream that'll split it before it gets to that other rock, and you're in control of how long that rock's there.
So the Democrats not having anywhere to go will join Candace, Alex, Tucker, right? I mean, is that what they want?
That's exactly it.
Wow. Okay. And then the objective would be to then funnel them into another right-wing party, or that would merge with MAGA?
Later on, come the next presidential elections in 2028. Yes. Exactly. And it all throws back in. Okay, now everything goes back into.
But I mean, it was pretty brutal what Trump said. They have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's the greatest troll on earth. Oh, Tucker's stupid, and he didn't even finish this, and he didn't go to school, college. He didn't finish college. It's like, yeah, really good at trashing people. And then they trash back, and it's a big, it's just like like you said, championship wrestling. Okay, and now in the ring is the Hammer, and he's got the Don on the ropes, and Don is down, he's back up. It's like, I love this movie. It's hilarious.
Wow. Okay. So the only one that really, you're right. The one that really looks like they're taking this very personal is Alex. He's on a tirade now. He's going all in.
Yep. Because
so maybe he's not acting.
What's that?
So you're saying Alex is the one that actually took the bait?
Yeah, he's not read in. He's just being used as, a useful person that, can't keep his mouth shut, so you can't trust him with intel, so they give him what they want to steer him and get him upset and aim him like a missile in a certain direction.
Wow. I mean, this is a different perspective.
Yeah, we had people like that on the ship. If you said something, they'd spin up, and exactly how they'd spin up, and you'd use it. We called them a screen, something screen, so if you had a little situation in your division or department, and you didn't want the command to be focused on you, you go to somebody else in another department that had a terrible mouth and no control over it, and say something, and they'd spin all over the place and attract the attention, and like the nail be sticking up of everything else, and then the command would be looking over there, and you could fix your problem before it got noticed.
So like a controlled demolition.
Yes, exactly. Look over. It's just like when you got somebody on the ropes. You hit them with the right, so they're not looking at the left. Then you knock them out with the left.
Yeah. I mean, of course, this is why I can believe this, and of course, at such a high level with where we're at in the country right now, they would be using this type of theater or psychological warfare, right? This is what they would do.
Yes. I mean, everything you see is this way.
And then you'll have Democrats feeding Marjorie, Alex, Candace info, right?
Exactly, because they think, all right, MAGA's dividing. Finally, yay, we got an opening, and they're breaking away, and we'll feed them all this information and stuff and steer them. We can steer them in our direction and get them to back the stuff we want. Yeah, that's because you're stupid.
This makes all the sense in the world to me.
No, that can't be it. Gene can't be right. No way.
I think I buy this. I think this makes a lot of sense to me because, you know, you can look at they just look like they're really flustered and bothered by this, but hey, man, it's easy to act, right? I mean,
yes.
This is why, I mean, I can understand this for sure. Art of war, right?
Yes. And literally everything you see going on in the world, like let's take the young man revealing all of the corruption in Minnesota and now in Los Angeles with over 100 and what is it? Oh, it's 211 hospices are shut down because of, and that young man is being used by the Alliance to do that.
Are you talking about Nick Shirley?
Yeah, Nick Shirley. Because you can't have the government, Trump and people that work with Trump going and showing that. Because they're saying, oh, he's using legal warfare. He's going after his opponents. He's going after Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom will probably run for president. So he's making him look terrible and all of this. No, you get this young man. I mean, come on, you really think this young man knew something that the FBI didn't know? I mean, they know everything. They track everything. What Snowden said about how much we're tracked, that was back then. Compared to now, you have no privacy anywhere. All the smart devices, your telephone, your iPhone, your refrigerator, your oven, your doorbell, all of that is monitoring everything all the time. Your car, it's taking pictures and videos, and the 5G is transparent to everything in the whole build house and everything down into underneath the skin even. I mean, the level of surveillance is off the chart. That you really think the FBI doesn't, and NSA doesn't tap into that? Of course, and they knew about all this stuff. And with Doge and what Elon, he found all that. But they can't go because the Democrats will scream and the deep state, whoa, they're doing legal warfare like they did on Trump, where they arrested him and did all this stuff. So they get somebody to do it. Just like with the Epstein files, they can't say that we grabbed all this when we went to Epstein Island, because they would be screaming, "Oh, that was illegal! You can't do that! Blah blah blah! That's foreign, land, property, blah blah blah." So what they did is Aaron Schwartz, the internet's boy, who hacked into MIT, where all the entire internet goes through, and now downloaded 900. I think, or it was 9,000, something like that. It was an astronomical number of pages per second. He got everything. It was showing flags all over the world and countries and their military and secrets and all kinds of stuff. Well, they got everything on Epstein and all the deep state's blackmail back into the 15th century. When the British had the tea and all of that, and there was actually bringing human trafficking, like same with the oil tankers now. So now they have all that blackmail forever, and they said, we got it when the military, we got flagged. All the countries were kind of, oh my goodness. So the military went in, grabbed all his stuff, and they got it all. Well, it just happened to be with this stuff. So the deep state can't say you got it illegally. That's legal. They got it inside the United States by a breach into the military security complex. I mean, you're talking missile codes and stuff. They have to get that. So, in the football codes and all that. So he hacked it all. And so they go and get him. So that's exactly what you see going on with Putin and Xi when they get upset with Trump. It's
Well,
the same thing.
Putin and G are also part of. I've heard Putin at least is a strong ally to Trump. Is there any truth in that?
Yeah, Putin, Trump, Xi, and Modi are all in this together.
To take down the deep state. The deep state is what? It's comprised of, when we say they, we're talking about bankers, families, correct? We're talking about families and bankers. That when we say they, that's who it is. They're the ones that fund all sides, control the money.
Well, at the top, you're going into the Vatican. And at the top of the Vatican, you're going into the Orsinis and the Black and the Gray Pope. The Gray Pope being Pepe Orsini. And then beyond that, above that, you're going into the non-terrestrial. More and more non-terrestrial hybrids. Like, that's why they're breaking the hybrid story with Matt Gaetz at Crestview. Said had a contact at Crestview that told him about the hybrid program. That's why that's being broke, because that's the next order of power of the deep state, going beyond the strictly mankind level. They're going into the hybrids. So
the interdimensional intruders.
Yes. And so that's why
they're not from other planets, Gene. They're from other dimensions, correct?
All of the above.
All the above.
Yeah. So, it's, if you like where you had J.D. Vance say that all non-terrestrials are demons. No. What about angels? They're non-terrestrials too. They're not fallen though. You have fallen ones, but you have ones that are not fallen too, that are working with us. And then you've got the regular non-terrestrials, you've got ultra-dimensionals, you've got cross-timeline non-terrestrials, you've got us from the future, saying do not go down the changing your genome, infiltrating yourself with all kinds of tech. Do not nanotech, all this, do not do that. We cannot come back from what we did. You still can't. Stop it now. So you got all of that at play right now at the same, whilst, as the great Gonzo would say, whilst and at the same time.
In a race to 2030.
Right.
Why 2030? Why 2030, Gene?
Because it's just shortly before the CME and the Ascension. That's why, what's the last thing on the cue board?
Lights out.
Nope.
The darkness, 10 days of darkness, right?
Ascension. The last word posted was ascension. And it's about ascension.
I think a lot of people are ascending now and they're ahead of the game. I kind of feel like I'm a little more elevated than most people.
Yes. And when humans learn the power of our DNA and what you can do, like Christ said, but a mustard seed, what he did compared to what we will, not what we can, what we will do, meaning it is already there. And so this is some of the secrets the great mystery schools of the Masons and that have hidden from us. The power of envisioning as is, not in the future. You do it as is. And there's quite a few things out on that now where you say, okay, you don't say, I see this coming. You say, this is this way now. And you imagine it and you act as if it already is that way, and you will manifest it.
That's what I did in boxing easily, 36-0. I knew I was going to be undefeated.
Yes.
So I understand visualization. It's nothing I had to work on. I just believed it.
Yes, it's a power. Literally, what they say is man's imagination is the voice of God. So when we imagine something as done, that goes right back into the quantum and comes right back out as so. It's instantaneous. It starts to manifest immediately. So it's the power of that. And then the power that we have to learn is to unprogram the fact when it doesn't happen right away, why not? Why not? Because the mind control, the Mark Ultra mind control done on us for thousands of years, we're in our own way.
So
we think the illusion that they foisted on us is real. It's not real. It's an illusion. All this deep state and all this other stuff and our lack of power and our lack of this and that lack of, that's all an illusion. We have absolute power given to us by God. The new Novus is new, Ordo is world, Seclorum is No, ordo is order, seclorum, world. So new order of the world, or the new world order. And e pluribus unum means from the many one. It's to say that from all the religions and everything, they'll gather everything together into one autonomous thing, slave camp, in other words. But, you know, that's part of their mysteries. And then you've got the 13 levels of the pyramid with 72 stones, the 72 names of Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, Mephistopheles, etc. And then you've got a white rose and a red rose on each side. You've got 13 13s on the back of the dollar bill. 13 symbols of 13. So you got like the 13 layers of the pyramid. The Straits are Hormuz. So they said, okay, we're not going to agree with this. Iran said, nope. So Trump said, okay, I'll close the Strait of Hormuz. So they, you know, because Britain, Starmer, who's just a useless fool for the deep state, you know, he's just, nope, we're not going to help you. Fine. We close it so nobody gets injured. And now all of the tankers go through the Panama Canal or up through the Atlantic to through the Gulf of America to get their oil. But a lot of those oil tankers do not have oil in them. They have people in them. So now in Beijing and a few other big ports in China, you have tens of thousands of people walking into off the docks into empty buildings in China because they were being trafficked. And now the ships are just going to sit there because they don't have oil, and they're not going to go and take people or organs to the Gulf of America. So it's revealing, it's shutting down the human trafficking in one fell swoop. They can.
The Strait of Hormuz was used for human trafficking.
Massively.
All the tankers are now going to the Gulf of Mexico or America right now, right? That's where all the business is going now.
Yeah, hundreds, 121, absolutely, I know for sure, right now, are empty and heading to get our oil.
Wow. Genius move by Trump, right?
Yeah. Drill, baby, drill, and now you got a place to sell it. And it's going to be sold in millions of barrels a day. And our economy is going to go through the ceiling. We are now, and then we're taking out Venezuela, and they're doing the deal with us, and that oil goes to us, and stopping what's going on with Cuba. Because if you look at Cuba, to get into the Bay of the Gulf of America, one way or another, you got to go past Cuba. Whether you go up over it or down under it, you go past Cuba. It's a choke point island. So you neutralize that, you get Venezuela's oil and our oil, and we have it all. And then every single tanker on earth goes through to us.
And that's why we're going to go after Cuba next, right?
Yes. And it's already, you know, power's down and all kinds of stuff, so they can't do anything. And their leader said, you know, okay, we'll come to the table. So he's already somewhat capitulated. So he got that, you know, so it's safe. And he showed what the Cuban special forces protecting Maduro can't do, which is everything. They can't do anything at all. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Plus what's going on in Iran with the guys jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes. Hundreds and hundreds of special forces jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes at all. And they're going, what in the world? And then just before they hit the ground, their suits activate and they slow down to a stop just before they hit land and take off running, and it pushes them. The anti-gravity starts to push them up to 90 miles an hour. They're running at 90 miles an hour. Then they run down into the ground through the tunnels at 90 miles an hour, and the bullets and nothing can hit them, and the particle weapons can't touch them. I mean, this is the technology we have. Those smart suits that they have. Well, not smart suits, but
I want one of those. It's like a superhero suit.
Yeah, superhero suit. You can't be hit by anything. Not a particle weapon, a directed energy weapon, a regular weapon, explosive devices. You could jump out of a plane at 40,000 feet and just glide to a stop just before you hit it to the ground and just pooh, and then you land, you take off. It pushes you up to 90 miles an hour. I mean, it's just
So do other countries know we have this technology, and is that why they're so easy to bring to the table now? Does Trump? I mean, are we showing them behind the scenes what we can do to them?
Oh, for them, that's not behind the scenes. They're seeing it up front personal. They're seeing that. They see that we have that technology. And this is all based on tech that is really, really super advanced. It uses nano diamonds. Just as a gel. You'd be a shapeshifter.
All of this is quantum. Is that how they shapeshift? Is that what? Wow. So
yeah. It's the same thing that the non-terrestrials use, but they have it naturally in their skin. This is a gel now we can wipe on and shapeshift into anything you want.
Why am I finding this so easy to believe?
What's that?
I find this so easy to believe. It makes so much sense to me.
Yeah. You talk about the mask. This is the ultimate. Now you can shapeshift to look like anyone or anything. You can literally stop in front of a doorway and look like a door. People go, where'd he go?
So you're able to control others' perception of you.
Mm-hmm. Just like you look at your TV and it looks 3D and you have a picture and I see Nino and you could put somebody else on the screen. I see somebody else. I could see, Scott McKay or Michael Jaco. Well, that's just light coming through the 5G into my computer and being translated. Same thing. The diamonds and the nanotech picks it all up and then it manifests it as the gel manifests it and you become whatever it is. And it can be sent directly from the thoughts of the person. So they can just say, boom. Okay.
That's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
The deep underground tunnels, the bases, we had to clean that out first. That's what came first in this fight, right? We had to clear out that kind of underground infrastructure.
Yes. So they cleared it out in our country, in Canada, this continent. Then they're clearing out the Middle East now. So they're clearing out a lot of the missile attacks and things you see going to United Arab Emirates, from Iran, to the Saudis, to, for example, some people don't know, went to Quran. What did that used to be? That's right near, an area that is literally where, and there's tunnel systems there that go to Mount Hermon. What's Mount Hermon? Well, that's where the fallen angels came. And they have a city buried under there where they sacrificed to Baal. So it's cleaning this ancient stuff. So they hit it with a missile. That's in the Gaza Strip area is where it is. They say, that's the Israelis doing that. No, it's not. Not this time. Well, it was Iran doing it. Yeah, it looks like that. But it's the white hats cleaning out stuff. So yes, they are hitting Saudi and they are hitting Bahrain and United Arab Emirates and all these other places, but also, like they hit our bases earlier. But our bases, they told us that we're going to hit your base at this day at this time. So we took all our people out of there. Why are we doing that? Because we're getting out of the Middle East. None of our business. We're going to create a peace there. We're going to get rid of the deep state, of the Iranian rule by the deep state for over 50 years. Way more than 50 years. And that's a Christian country. And, all the many Persian is the correct term, not Iranian, are saying, Trump, keep going. Okay, we lose 1,000 or 2,000 because of friendly fire. In 1 week, under this regime, back at this date, they executed 40,000 of us in the street. They cut women in half. This has been going on year after year. This is nothing compared to what they've done to us. Get us free. We are willing to suffer and take because they lined Iran is nothing but a terrorist regime. They lined up people around the power plants and around the oil refineries, people for human shields for it, so that our military wouldn't hit it. But our military is more precise than that.
So Gene, this kind of adds up to me because I was told by someone in the military, a friend of a friend, and he told me in person, and we had to go put our phones away. Okay, so how do I put this? That Iran and the Middle East, but Iran specifically is filled with reptile nests.
Yes.
Interdimensional. They've had the. I was shown a video. I know I'm not gonna say how I saw it, but my jaw dropped, of these reptilians chasing these military personnel running in. It looked like a kind of a field. It was with thermal goggles, running to the helicopter. The guys in the helicopter had these thermal goggles on, shooting at these reptiles, but it wasn't really doing anything. And the reptiles got to these guys and ripped their arms and limbs off. And you could totally see that the way they moved and the way it was creepy. And they finally got to the men, and I guess they devoured them. But they ripped their arms and legs off. And the bullets didn't do anything. I mean, they said that they came across a reptile nest and it's infested. They told me Iran is infested with this stuff. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just wondering. I've always had that in the back of my mind. This is about 5 years ago when I came across that, but it's always kind of like scarred my brain, stained my mind. I've always had that visual of what I saw, and I've always wondered, man, was that real? And
yes,
that's why I don't. That's why. But
you had one of the homeworld rocks, black rocks of evil there, and they dug tunnels there and have nests there for thousands of years. Stargate 10 is there, so they were bringing more through that gate, and there's portals there, and that's all why they dropped the special forces with the special suits, no shoots, no nothing, and these suits that don't allow them, they can shapeshift to look reptilian if they want. They can.
Well, did the reptilians, or were the reptilians only the ones who had this technology? We got it from them, or how? Because obviously they were. If you watch that movie, They Live, it's kind of showing people what was really going on. These reptiles are among us, right?
Yes, and it's back engineered using tech. So now we have the same technology, the same abilities, the same, even more. Where their weapons and stuff don't work on us, but ours work on them.
This is fascinating. So yeah, that just came to me, and I've talked about this with certain people, but I'm telling you now publicly, I've seen this video, and it was horrific to watch. I still couldn't believe it. I was like, this had to be, and this was before AI, Gene.
Yeah. So it's the same thing like the the night vision red goggles they had for night vision in Vietnam. And it revealed the demonics. Well,
right. You're right. In Vietnam, they saw all the demons and they were shooting at them, right?
Right. And because they're in another dimension, bullets don't affect them. But they knew they could see them, so they'd fly between two helicopters. One guy would shoot at the other helicopter and kill the gunner on the other helicopter, shoot down another helicopter. That's why they changed to green.
I had a friend that filmed these entities at his house. You could see these shadows walking through his house. He filmed them. It was some of the creepiest stuff that I've ever seen. I've seen those videos as well, where he would send him to my phone. I never went back to his house. I said, forget it, dude. I'm not ever going back there. But I saw these entities walking around his house, plain as day. Plain as day. The phone picked him up.
Yep.
They're like dense shadows.
Yes.
You can't see with your eyes.
Animals and cats and all that see that stuff all the time. It's just people, you see it as a child, but then you're told that that's not real and your brain filters it out. Because it's not real. You no longer decode it. Doesn't mean it's not there. It means your brain is filtering it out, so you don't see it. You don't decode it. Literally, reality, this is back to where we were with the power of the mind and the power of our DNA and the power of our word and our imagination. Whatever you decode is your reality. So, who's the man who first did the hypnosis on stage, hypnotized a man while his daughter was up on stage with him. And then he said, at a certain word, you will not see nor hear your daughter until I say this other word. And then he said the word a little while later on. And the guy said, oh, my goodness. The man, the father said, oh, my daughter's gone. Where'd she go? And he waved the girl to stand directly in front of her father. And he's looking out to the audience. He goes, where is she? Looking around. He could see through her. The man then Mesmer took a watch out of his pocket, a pocket watch, had an inscription on inside it. And he opened it up behind the daughter's back so no one could see it, slid it up against her back, and asked the man, what is the inscription on my watch? He goes, to my dear husband, on our 33rd anniversary or something like that, right? And he then showed the audience, and that is what it was. So he read the inscription on the pocket watch through the daughter, saw right through her.
Wow, that just shows you the mind is not the brain, is it?
Yeah. What is reality is based on what we interpret it to be through our ability to image, our imagination. That's why it's so powerful. That's why they've dumbed us down and made us think we're not that, we're not this, we're not good enough. And they put intercessors between us and the supreme divine oneness, one God of all creation. You have to go through this pope or through this person or through that, confess all this and all that. And you're born all messed up and all that, originalness, sin and all that. But if you read the Bible, that contradicts Ezekiel. You're not responsible for the sins of the Father upon the Son. Well, that goes all the way back. So people don't think. And so as that happened, we've lost all these amazing abilities we had. And that's what is happening. The Great Awakening is the waking of the human spirit, the power of us back to what we originally were. Like Carlos Castaneda said, we were capable of feats of consciousness we can't even conceive of anymore. So we had the power of the mind and the word, which is essentially makes you an immortal. Because if you can perceive and just envision yourself to be whatever you want, whatever age, whatever thing, you are your own bed, So it's learning to get all of these things back and all of this, So all of these miraculous healings and all that, that's how this works. It's going in from the mind of imagination is the voice of God. Through our imagination that God gave us, we manifest reality. And they know that. They can't do that. They don't have their soul. So they can't do it. You have to have your soul intact to house your spirit. They don't. So this is what the war is about, is for our DNA and to lock us down with nanotech and all that other stuff permanently. But that's what Trump is under, and the alliance is completely destroyed. And they're doing it such that they're making it look like it's us. We're doing it all. So you got, like the man you mentioned that's revealing the stuff in LA and all of that with the hospices and, 221 of them shut down and all this. It's got to look like the average person is fighting, like the people demanded the Epstein files.
Right.
It's not off there. It's the people demanded it. Oh, are you still talking about the Epstein files? Listen, no, we're not doing that anymore. Yeah. And then people get really upset. Then Melania comes out and sends a torpedo out. Kaboom!
Yeah, and then now they're trying to set her up and say, oh, she was Jeffrey Epstein's, whatever. He introduced her to Trump, and now all these AI photos are coming out, and people are falling for this.
Yeah, and they fall for it. I mean, just like Trump went to Bethesda. Oh, Trump's dead. Oh, yeah. I go, wait 48 hours for crying out loud. Watch what happens. And sure enough, he went there because the men they rescued that were shot down in Iran were in Bethesda. And he went there to visit them. Just, tell them thank you and give them Medal of Honor and all that other stuff, right, for their service. And so this is the movie. It's all a movie. The deep state's playing their cards, revealing who they are, and Trump's playing them all over the place. He's playing them this way and that way. I mean, it's like a good fighter. He runs over here. Look over here, over here. Don't look here. Don't look here. No, don't look here.
Also, I pulled up the Ephesians 6:12, King James version of the Bible. Says, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Says it right there in the Bible. That's exactly what we're up against. So people that have a hard time believing what you and I are talking about, there it is right there in the Bible. There it is. For your eyes to see in black and white. What we're talking about is not so far-fetched anymore, is it?
No. And not only that, if Trump had brought out the Epstein files, people would say he made it up. And now that the people, the Democrats and the people that demanded it, and they see how it's tied to Satanism, like everywhere, the bankers, the Pope is all going to be tied into that. The royal families, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a royal family left on Earth at the time this is done. It's going to tie to everything, all your major, high-level masonry, all of this. It's all going to come out. People are going to, that's going to tie to the banking, the bankers, and the beast, and and all of this financial and legal system, the bar, the British Admiralty rule, the birth certificate and the fakeness of that, and that's your bill of title of being born and coming into your birth.
Into the corporation.
Yeah, corporation. All of that. It's going to reveal it all, and people are going to see how they've been played from FDR making the birth certificate and your straw man. And they're going to say, I don't need money for a grant for a humanitarian project. I'm 60 years old. My straw man's worth $10 billion.
Right.
We're all fabulously wealthy.
Yeah, we're all quantum, right, Gene?
Yeah. And then they're going to find out that the fiat money system is fake. There's a new money system that's based on quantum, and the entire thing is off Earth. It's not on any computer system on Earth. It's not blockchain. I, found that was incorrect. That was, tying into crypto, which 95% of cryptos started by the dark side, so the deep state, and so all that, you're going to get a type of currency like that backed by tangible gold and assets. But the quantum financial system, QFS, is based off world where they can't, not in any deep state computer system or anything where they can't tamper with it. And it's being run by very high level powerful beings, we'll put it that way. So it's, not on Earth where they can tamper with it. I mean, it just so happens all of this is happening when Artemis goes behind the moon. Yeah. What do you think that's meaning? And what does Artemis mean? And so this all ties to the quantum. It all ties to Hormuz Straits. It all ties to everything. It all ties together.
Gene, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I really appreciate you coming on. I got to eat dinner.
Okay.
No,
no
it's rumbling. I'm sitting here. Damn, I don't know if people can hear that. Stay with me just 1 second. Real quick, Gene. Thank you.
Meanwhile, the fiat US dollar was dying, while the entire deep state empire was melting down in real time. Last Tuesday, April 7th, Trump released the global currency reset, fully igniting the gold-backed quantum financial system across 209 nations. President Trump has not only seized full control over the corrupt Federal Reserve cabal, but established a sovereign gold-backed U.S. Treasury note system. That has resulted in no more income taxes, only tariffs, and a simple 14% sales tax on new goods. That Satan-worshipping empire badly needed to be stripped of their power. Satan's minions were still in high government positions, where they could rake in billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars while hiding their real agenda. Until perhaps now. In April 2026, McDonald's was accused of having a rash of toxic ingredients in their American franchises. French fries, while their European fries lacked the health-degrading chemicals. Tuesday, 14th of April, 2026, toxic McDonald's French fries. McDonald's was believed owned by the Satan-worshipping Khazarian Mafia, which was known by satanic ritual abuse survivors to be high rollers in the Illuminati, members of whom have been reported to practice human sacrifice to their god Satan. At the time, McDonald's Japan held press conferences, though did not mention the causes of the human remains that were traced to children's teeth. They said the meat came from their headquarters in the U.S. and even tried to shift responsibility onto their customers. In 2020, a rash of McDonald's restaurants were shut down across the world. New York City, Kuta, Bali, Victoria, South Australia. And McDonald's strangely ran out of milkshakes in England, Scotland, and Wales. Back in that 2020, CNBC reported that it was planned that the entire McDonald's network of franchises would be closed in the near future. Hundreds of locations in Walmart stores Possible timing on Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. At midnight, the petrodollar died. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. We are 24 hours away from the event that changes the world forever. BRICS, NESARA, and quantum financial system are sending shockwaves through the deep state. With gold-backed currencies and secure Q phones, the old order is collapsing. Prepare for a revolution. The world was never what you were told. The chains are melting. Gold will speak. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Decoding is completed. The revealed results will be published tomorrow. Let's get together. The green light is on for 24 hours. Keep eyes open. The news will bring you peace. Tuesday, April 14th, breaking. Trump in bunker. 1 million plus troops deployed nationwide. High alert Tuesday, April 22nd. Sleeper cells neutralized. Space Force preps global EBS takeover. Phones, TVs, radios seized in 48 to 72 hour window. EBS tested 3 times unscheduled. IS in 48 hours. 2:17 a.m., 4:44 a.m., 6:01 a.m. across FEMA zones. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. EBS blackout martial law lockdowns. Tuesday, April 14th. Within the next 2 days, Space Force was expected to activate the EBS across the world. Phones, mainstream media, TV, radio will be shut down. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Martial law will prevail to maintain order. Power will remain on. All screens, all channels, 1 broadcast of a high alert would be issued while Trump was transported to an underground bunker. Over 1 million military personnel have been deployed across the U.S. as part of a mass arrest operation and positioning for activation of the Tuesday, April 14th, the 10 days of darkness window is opening. Not a metaphor, literal. Power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during mass arrests round 3. QFS sync complete on Tier 1 levels, gold-backed accounts flipping live as we speak. The old fiat beast is bleeding out. Final breath. The emergency broadcast system on Telegram.
Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. Alternative before it's news. Ethan White. Bombshell. Martial law unleashed. EBS alerts urgent broadcast and how redemption centers might be our only hope. The Great Reset on Telegram. Deep state arrests. California alone has witnessed up to 8,000 arrests, with over 3,000 in the Northeast U.S., particularly concentrated in the New England area. Rumors suggest that the populace might be urged to stay indoors for their safety, especially during disclosures, while the final arrests take place. However, a resilient and awakened citizenry, now more than ever, won't be silenced or confined. The emergency broadcast system, EBS, is on the horizon, and when it hits, it will be swift, silent, and shocking. Like a ghostly shadow, everything familiar will fade into obscurity. Just like the eerie silence of 2020, we'll be asked to remain rooted, perhaps for days, maybe weeks. The military, it seems, has a broader purpose. As the last of the so-called Satanists face arrest and are sent to Gitmo, the military is also gearing up to distribute food, especially to the elderly. This is not just about control, but also about care. There's chatter about the military potentially overseeing the nation until fresh elections are held. Precisely 120 days post the NESARA announcement, the focus should shift towards electing individuals with business acumen, particularly those who can rejuvenate local businesses, and more importantly, food-growing enterprises. The bustling stock market? Halted. The digital world you're so intricately linked to? Gone. And trust me, when the EBS alert vibrates your cell phone, echoing the chilling announcement, you'll know it's begun. These messages, sourced from the Starlink, are there to stay. Deleting them? Forget about it. They're imprinted, lasting reminders of the changing times. Essentials first. Stock up on clean drinking water. Ensure there's enough food. Not just for you, but for your pets too. Medicines? Get them in advance. Remember, The digital world is on a hiatus, so medical records are inaccessible. Cash is king. In a world where digital transactions become obsolete, cash will be your savior. ATMs might be out of service, and swiping those cards at gas pumps? Dream on. Mental fortitude. When the shock hits, it's vital to keep your wits about you. Before you extend your hand to others, ensure you're mentally fortified. Some might be in a state of shock, unable to respond. In such cases, a breath of fresh air, a gentle walk, might help. Your TV, phone, and internet will spring back to life, unveiling a spectacle titled Disclosures. Rumor has it, it might even grace the big screens. But this isn't your typical Netflix binge. It's a 24/7, 8-hour block broadcast, lasting anywhere between 3 to 10 days. The content? Oh, it's the raw, unfiltered truth of events, spanning military tribunals and even, hold your breath, public executions. Areas drenched in corruption, like Los Angeles and New York, might experience extended viewing periods. But when the switch is flipped back, expect a metamorphosis, a world pulsating with positive energy, devoid of evil's grasp. The internet? Transformed. Banking systems? Revolutionized. This, dear readers, is the dawn of an era of transparency and abundance, a veritable paradise on Earth. However, as the layers peel back, revealing covert operations, prepare to be flabbergasted. The faces you recognize might just be elaborate masquerades, Hollywood-grade masks, CGI marvels, and eerily realistic body doubles. Ever watch The Truman Show? Our reality might not be far off, with the scripted drama unfolding since 2015.
Global currency reset. On Tuesday, April 7th at midnight, the petrodollar died. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. Tuesday, April 14th, 63 U.S. banks hiding $517 billion in losses. Liquidity freeze warning. Now Trump prepares July 4th financial reset for America. Tuesday, April 14th, Bruce the Big Call. There's a link. Over the weekend, military sources said notification to set exchange appointments for Tier 4B was very good for this week, that it would go. Four sources said that Wednesday, April 15th could be in play to be notified. One source said by Friday, April 17th. A Treasury source said we should be in there this week. The United States Treasury note would be announced as gold backed by U.S. Treasury head Scott Bessent. Countries have their own banks now. Central banks have been closed down. As of Sunday, April 12th, our money accounts mirrored on the new system were live. What you need for your appointment: photo ID, utility bill, currency. If you have Zim, you will need to sign an NDA, which could be from 30 to 90 days. While at the Redemption Center, we should have in our accounts at our appointment restitution, reclamation allowance, Doge payment. Global financial crisis. Tuesday, April 14th, the Vatican Bank has processed over $6 billion in unaudited transfers since 2019. Funds routed through shell accounts in Malta, Luxembourg, and the Cayman Islands. Destinations unknown, recipients classified. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The same Vatican that hosted Epstein's financial advisor 3 times between 2011 and 2014, the same Vatican that fought harder to keep its bank records sealed than any government on earth, the same Vatican that suddenly, right now, in the middle of a naval blockade, wants peace. They don't want peace. They want the blockade lifted before the audits begin. Because when the strait closes, the oil stops. When the oil stops, the petrodollar bleeds. When the petrodollar bleeds, every institution that laundered money through it gets exposed, including the one in Rome. Trump did not attack the Pope out of anger. He attacked the Pope because the Pope attacked first, not with words, but with a financial protection play disguised as a peace appeal. The Cardinals went on 60 Minutes, coordinated, scripted, timed to the hour. Tuesday, April 14th, 107, breaking. Biological nightmare, uncovering the sinister secret biolab in the heart of the USA. A terrifying tale from Fresno County. Public health officials have made a horrifying discovery in Fresno County, California, exposing a clandestine unlicensed biological research facility owned by Chinese nationals. This sinister operation has been running for an extended period, raising alarms about a potential bio-Cold War on American soil as we advance into 2026. The facility was a house of horrors. This terrifying find points directly to foreign interference by the Chinese Communist Party and possibly deep state complicity in allowing such threats to fester on American soil. Patriots have warned about these infiltration efforts for years, and this exposes the terrifying reality of biolabs being used as tools in a larger globalist agenda to weaken the United States. The potential for disaster was extreme, with the entire population in the vicinity dancing on the edge of biological catastrophe. The mainstream silence surrounding this incident only adds to the suspicion of a coordinated cover-up by those who benefit from keeping the public in fear and dependent on their systems of control. As the Great Awakening continues to gain momentum, revelations like this fire up the QAnon community and confirm that the cabal is restoring to desperate measures. These shadow operations are part of a plan for depopulation and medical tyranny designed to usher in the New World Order. White hats are fighting back, exposing these sites and protecting humanity from further harm. It is high time for full transparency and accountability. Patriots must demand investigations into all such facilities and ensure they are shut down permanently. Patriots cannot allow our nation to serve as a testing ground for the elite's evil experiments. The storm is here and the truth will set us free. Stay strong, stay awake, and trust the plan as more secrets come to light. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 15th, 2026. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026, human trafficking operations have been systematically shut down worldwide. Thousands of children and victims have been liberated from captivity. The fight was never just political, it was a moral battle for the soul of humanity. Quantum Connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. Massive White Hat forces just took control of a huge underground city under Denver and New York linked to Epstein Island. Files seized, big names coming out now. Tuesday, April 14th, exposed massive tunnel network under Mount Rushmore running across states. It connects directly to Obama's D.C. mansion and is active right now. In 2026, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Mount Rushmore is compromised. Deep beneath the carved faces of Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Teddy Roosevelt, a vast tunnel network confirmed by intelligence insiders stretches hundreds of miles and runs straight into Barack Obama's fortified Kalorama mansion in Washington, D.C. This is the Obama clan's private underground highway built on taxpayer dollars to provide escape routes, command centers, and supply lines operating outside Trump's America First restoration in 2026. The tunnels start behind the Hall of Records in the granite. The sealed vault is theater. Classified construction created vertical shafts branching through reinforced passages for high-speed movement of personnel and equipment. In 2026, the network is fully active and expanding as the deep state panics under Trump pressure. Power and communication systems evade all surface surveillance controlled by patriots. The system was accelerated under Obama through hidden budgets funneling billions without oversight. The symbolism is bold and defiant. The mountain embodying American greatness was turned into a personal fortress for waging underground war on the Republic. While Trump fights above for borders and sovereignty, the Obama clan shuttles operatives, documents, and plans below. Patriots confirm the details with seismic data, logs showing ongoing activity, Kalorama renovations including massive excavations linking to tunnel grids. This allows the resistance to sustain operations. When surface pressure mounts from indictments and audits, taxpayers fund this defiance while the elite enjoy immunity. Trump's return has spiked usage as the cabal moves assets frantically. Patriots mapped the arteries, logging activity. Trump's teams audits black budgets preparing to seize and neutralize the tunnels. dismantling the permanent state. This subterranean backbone lets the Obama clan act as government in exile. The Rushmore to Kalorama line shows their deep contempt for the people. The battle has gone underground. But white hats move fast. Tunnels will be exposed, connections severed, and the empire destroyed. Sovereignty will reign from surface to bedrock. The deep state's underground empire ends as the Great Awakening delivers justice in 2026. The cabal is panicking and their time is up. Tuesday, April 14th. Gitmo News. Deep state clones end after 3 years. Cloning researchers tell military. Doppelgangers, clones revealed. Liz Cheney hanged. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. In a stunning revelation that is sending shockwaves through the Patriot community, military sources at Guantanamo Bay have confirmed that the deep state's cloning operations are finally coming to an end after years of deception. Cloning researchers captured by White Hat forces have spilled the beans to interrogators, exposing how these doppelgangers only last 3 years before they must be recycled and replaced. According to insiders close to General Eric M. Smith's office, a key German-born scientist named Harold Krauss was arrested by U.S. Special Forces in late December 2025 and subjected to intensive questioning at a secure location. Initially resistant, Krauss eventually broke down under strategic pressure involving his family's safety, revealing critical details about the sinister cloning program. Krauss disclosed that deep state clones are engineered to mature rapidly but suffer from neural decay after just 3 years. Once their time is up, they are recalled via subdermal microchips implanted behind the ear, dissolved in acid at recycling centers, and swapped out for fresh copies. This explains the constant parade of body doubles and lookalikes we have witnessed among political elites. Like, just a side note, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. The researcher admitted to working at a Missouri facility and knew of at least a dozen other cloning labs across the United States. He confirmed multiple clones of figures like Joseph R. Biden had been deployed over the years. No, really? Military officials are now using this intelligence to dismantle the entire network. This bombshell comes as White Hats continue their relentless pursuit of justice at Gitmo. In related tribunal news, the notorious Liz Cheney was found guilty of treason and hanged following a military trial. The former congresswoman, consumed by hatred for President Trump and the Constitution, was exposed for orchestrating election fraud and vowing revenge over her father, Dick Cheney's earlier execution for his role in past atrocities. Admiral Darcy Crandall presided over the proceedings, where witnesses detailed Cheney's vendetta, her bitter rage against Trump and the military for holding her family accountable, sealed her fate. With her removal, another piece of the corrupt deep state puzzle falls away. Patriots, this is monumental progress. The exposure of these clone operations means the globalist house of cards is collapsing. No longer can they hide behind manufactured doubles while the real monsters pull strings from the shadows. The White Hats are in full control and more high-profile takedowns are imminent as the Great Awakening accelerates. Sources indicate that as these revelations spread, panic is setting in among remaining deep state operatives. Tim Russ, the Star Trek actor, has reportedly been used as a stand-in for Barack Obama in public appearances, further proving how deep the deception runs, but their time is over. The military alliance is closing in, ensuring that true justice will prevail, and America will be restored to its rightful glory under leaders who serve the people. Stay vigilant, stay informed. The storm is here and victory is near for all who stand with the light. QAnons know the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. More Gitmo news to follow as tribunals ramp up in the coming weeks. Climate change hoax. Tuesday, 14th of April, 2026. Joe Rogan sets Bernie Sanders straight on the climate crisis. Sanders. There are some people who think climate change is a hoax. It ain't a hoax. The last 10 years have been the warmest on record. Rogan. The Earth's temperature has never been static. It's always been up and down. There's been ice ages and heat waves. We are in a cooling period. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control. That's the problem. The problem is giving people that are in power more control over citizens, and this is a vehicle for that. Yes, the Earth's temperature, as we know, and it's mostly coming from the sun, has changed. Climate change is natural. And there is no effects from carbon dioxide. In fact, we are in a carbon dioxide deficit. We need carbon dioxide because we need plants to grow and trees to grow. So all of it is a hoax. It's just to tax countries and to steal money, basically. Launder money, steal money, come up with all kinds of scams.
Fake Donald Trump had been taken to the... they have been posting what looked like comments by him on Truth Social, but the actual fake Trump has not appeared before the press since that time. But the important thing to notice here is that immediately after he disappeared, the U.S. military announced a peace agreement with Iran that basically, meant a complete surrender. Then, after that, the people behind the fake Trump started issuing comments on Truth Social, and then have this Karen Levitt say that, oh no, this is a non-starter, we can't do this. And then the Israelis attacked Lebanon to make it the point that there is no peace agreement with Iran. Well, no, there's no peace agreement between Israel and the Zionists and Iran, but the U.S. military has reached a peace agreement, and they will not be attacking Iran on behalf of the Zionists. So what's happening is the remnant Zionists are going to be basically doing a Masada, and fight to the death, because they cannot believe that the creator of the universe didn't give them the right to enslave us all. And they're going to go down hard. They're like rabid dogs. There's nothing else you can do about it. Listen to this Professor Marandi from Iran explain why the Iranians cannot negotiate with the Zionists.
And one major problem, of course, is that Trump may not even be in charge. If it is the Israeli regime and the Zionist lobby in the United States that are running the show, then negotiating with the United States is futile. So there are multiple reasons why the Iranians are not negotiating right now. One is, of course, experience. We had an agreement with the United States, the nuclear deal of 2015. Trump tore it up. Then we were negotiating last year, and as we were negotiating, the United States was quietly conspiring against Iran, and then they launched a war. And of course, for this war, we saw the same thing. We saw negotiations, and then the Omani foreign minister said there was progress, and then we had a sudden attack. So that is, these are other reasons why we don't feel it's of any use to negotiate with Trump. But there's this added issue, and that is that who is in charge of the White House? Who is the real boss?
So basically, they turn around and they stab you in the back. And they've been doing this for a long time. You can ask the First Nations of the United States about how many treaties have been broken, or anyone else who does a treaty with these people. They're just not to be trusted. And here you can listen to Professor Jeffrey Sachs, speak for the majority of the thinking people in North America and the world about this regime. So now they have sent their Jared Kushner and Witkoff and these clowns to Pakistan to supposedly negotiate something. They're not in a position to negotiate anything. Those are hunted people and war criminals, and their whole fake show is going to be unplugged, and people, the secret handlers behind it, like Leo Zagami, are going to be exposed. The idea of having actors pretending to be a government instead of actual representatives of the people is just not going to be allowed to continue. And the U.S. military, very wisely knows that you don't pick a fight you're going to lose, and you don't fight for a cause that's not just. If they were fighting to actually protect Americans, nobody in the world could beat them ever. But if they're going to steal oil or something for criminals, then they don't have the right on their side, and that has big effects. Here's a very interesting video put out by the Iranians showing their version of what happened to the special forces attack on Iran. That basically, this is what caused the American military to pull the plug in any more moves against Iran. But watch it because it's very interesting. So all these highly trained, very intelligent warriors were wasted by idiots, okay? And that's the point of the U.S. military. Like, the greatest fighters on earth working for a bunch of criminal thugs. Well, those days are over. The U.S. military is now working, as is supposed to be the case, for the American people. This whole charade is unraveling in full time, and maybe the best example is the fake moon flight that's now being put on our screens. I think they're obviously trying to say, hey, guess what, everybody? We never went to the moon, and NASA is a film studio. I mean, they even said in their press conference that this would be the first time people are going to the moon. At an official press conference. So if it's the first time, then what happened with the Apollo missions? Take a look at these videos showing how it seems to me they're literally coming out of the closet to say this is all a movie studio. It's a sign that some kind of big push to open things up is happening.
What's up, folks? Welcome to Nino's Corner.tv. I'm joined with Gene Decode. Always an interesting podcast with Gene. Every single time. People love these podcasts. I'm just kind of in awe of the people turning on Trump, specifically the podcasters, Candace, Alex, Megan Kelly.
That was easy too. That's part of the movie. Candace, Tucker.
Do you explain that? Do you are they compromised, or are they they part of it?
No, it's part of the movie. What they're going to do, and Margie Taylor Greene's part of this, to develop another party, because the Democrat Party is going to go away, and they need something for people to go to. So it's going to split MAGA because some people are unhappy, so they have a place to go. Then when
whoa, this is part of the Trump plan?
Yes, it's part of the plan.
What? Okay, I didn't see this coming. So
control the opposition. So now you set up another party. Then after the next presidential election comes in, they merge back together into one party, and everybody's backing the MAGA again. So it's all part of, it's for those that are unhappy, that can't understand what's going on with Iran and Israel and all of whatever, whatever they're upset about, whether it's what's going on within the United States, what's going on the Straits of Hormuz, whatever it is, they're upset. It gives them another place to go. And Candace is completely read in. She has got intel coming at her like freaking crazy. As far as
this is all theater.
Yes. As far as Alex Jones, he's a savant, selective. And so he has sources that give him intel to steer him in a certain way. He's not read in, but he's steered. And so they're steering him and giving Candace the intel and Tucker the intel. He's read in, not as high as Candace, but Candace is way read in. And so it's all part of the script of the movie. I love
okay, so let me get this straight. You're telling me Candace and Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megan Kelly are all read in. They're part of the operation.
Yep.
Make it look like MAGA's divided, but it's all theater.
Yep. Add in Nick Fuentes in there too.
Okay, so I fell for it. I feel like an idiot now. This actually makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Too many years of the military. I've seen this show before on the submarines. Where the officers play one division against another, one department. I've seen this one before.
Wow. All right. So that kind of threw me for, I really was starting to believe. This gives me a different perspective. That's why I like having you on, Gene.
You're welcome. And you'll see it all happen. It'll all play out, and it'll all. It's just like with Elon, where he and Elon had a big spat, and they separated. And Elon said he's in the Epstein files. Yeah, he is. Because Epstein hated him.
Well, what did that achieve with Elon? I'm still trying. What did that theater achieve with Elon?
That was to get people, because Trump can't go and use the Epstein files. It's leverage for one thing against leaders all over the world and all kinds of other people too. Pretty much bankers, you name it. Most of the famous people in the world are in that list. Not like Trump either. And Elon, where they're mentioned because they're not liked. And, because he had Epstein arrested and, he testified and he had him thrown out of Mar-a-Lago and all his compounds. Not like that. You got most of these people in there because they went to Zorro Ranch and the island and New York, his place, like you saw Prince Andrew, all of that. So they are really deep in it. And so the red folder is what that he got to each certain leaders of the world is their script to follow based on, in some cases they have leverage over them. In some cases it's an actor. Here's your script. So, and if it's part of the alliance, like Putin, Xi, and Trump, it's, okay, when I do this, you'll do that. When we do this, you do that. And Modi, they're all four part of that, of the world alliance.
I mean, the way the way they all responded, I mean, Candace was on a vacation. She went back into the office and got on it immediately. Alex Jones now is really going full throttle, full retard on this. And it just looks like, I don't know, it looks like they took it very serious. Or you're saying this is an act?
Yeah, it's an act. They're good too, aren't they? Alex Jones is not an act. He's being played. He gets intel. They steer him. They know he's a selective savant who can't keep his mouth shut with intel at all. So he's given certain intel to get wide up and get all of it. So, yeah, that's what he does really well.
So this is like the WWE. This is like what we're watching is behind the scenes. Look, here's your script. We're going to do this. And the whole objective is to do what? Further. Okay, so it looks like it's dividing MAGA, but why wouldn't they want MAGA stronger than ever right now?
You don't want that because it's going to naturally divide anyway. You've got to control the division.
Control the division.
Yep.
Okay, this makes sense.
If you've got a huge rock and it's going to split the river in half, you want to control how that rock splits the river in half. So you put a rock further upstream that'll split it before it gets to that other rock, and you're in control of how long that rock's there.
So the Democrats not having anywhere to go will join Candace, Alex, Tucker, right? I mean, is that what they want?
That's exactly it.
Wow. Okay. And then the objective would be to then funnel them into another right-wing party, or that would merge with MAGA?
Later on, come the next presidential elections in 2028. Yes. Exactly. And it all throws back in. Okay, now everything goes back into.
But I mean, it was pretty brutal what Trump said. They have one thing in common: low IQs. They're stupid people. They know it. Their families know it, and everyone else knows it.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's the greatest troll on earth. Oh, Tucker's stupid, and he didn't even finish this, and he didn't go to school, college. He didn't finish college. It's like, yeah, really good at trashing people. And then they trash back, and it's a big, it's just like like you said, championship wrestling. Okay, and now in the ring is the Hammer, and he's got the Don on the ropes, and Don is down, he's back up. It's like, I love this movie. It's hilarious.
Wow. Okay, so the only one that really, you're right. The one that really looks like they're taking this very personal is Alex. He's on a tirade now. He's going all in.
Yep. Because
so maybe he's not acting.
What's that?
So you're saying Alex is the one that actually took the bait?
Yeah, he's not read in. He's just being used as, a useful person that can't keep his mouth shut, so you can't trust him with intel. So they give him what they want to steer him and get him upset and aim him like a missile in a certain direction.
Wow. I mean, this is a different perspective.
Yeah, we had people like that on the ship. You know, if you said something, they'd spin up and exactly how they'd spin up, and you'd use it. You know, we called them a screen, something screen, you know. So if you had a little situation in your division or department and you didn't want the command to be focused on you, you go to somebody else in another department that had a terrible mouth and no control over it and say something, and they'd spin all over the place and attract the attention, and like the nail be sticking up of everything else, and then the command would be looking over there, and you could fix your problem before it got noticed.
So like a controlled demolition.
Yes, exactly. Look over. You know, it's just like when you got somebody on the ropes, you end with right, so they're not looking at the left. Then you knock them out with the left. You know?
Yeah. I mean, of course, this is why I can believe this. And of course, at such a high level with where we're at in the country right now, they would be using this type of theater or psychological warfare, right? This is what they would do.
Yes. I mean, everything you see is this way.
And then you'll have Democrats feeding Marjorie, Alex, Candace info, right?
Exactly, because they think, all right, MAGA's dividing. Finally, yay, we got an opening, and they're breaking away, and we'll feed them all this information and stuff and steer them. We can steer them in our direction and get them to back the stuff we want. Yeah, that's because you're stupid.
This makes all the sense in the world to me.
No, that can't be it. Gene can't be right. No way.
I think I buy this. I think this makes a lot of sense to me because, you know, you can look at they just look like they're really flustered and bothered by this. But hey, man, it's easy to act, right? I mean,
yes.
This is why. I mean, I can understand this for sure. Art of war, right?
Yes. And literally everything you see going on in the world, like let's take the young man revealing all of the corruption in Minnesota and now in Los Angeles with over 100 and what is it? Oh, it's 211 hospices are shut down because of, and that young man is being used by the Alliance to do that.
Are you talking about Nick Shirley?
Yeah, Nick Shirley. Because you can't have the government, Trump and people that work with Trump going and showing that. As they say, oh, he's using legal warfare. He's going after his opponents. He's going after Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom will probably run for president. So he's making him look terrible and all of this. No, you get this young man. I mean, come on, you really think this young man knew something that the FBI didn't know? I mean, they know everything. They track everything. You people, I mean, what Snowden said about how much we're tracked, that was back then. Compared to now, you have no privacy anywhere. All the smart devices, your telephone, your iPhone, your refrigerator, your oven, your doorbell, all of that is monitoring everything all the time. Your car, it's taking pictures and videos, and the 5G is transparent to everything in the whole build house and everything down into underneath the skin even. I mean, the level of surveillance is off the chart. That you really think the FBI doesn't, and NSA doesn't tap into that? Of course, and they knew about all this stuff. And with Doge and what Elon, he found all that. But they can't go and because the Democrats will scream and the deep state, whoa, they're doing legal warfare like they did on Trump, where they arrested him and did all this stuff. So they get somebody to do it. Just like with the Epstein files, they can't say that we grabbed all this when we went to Epstein Island, because they would be screaming, "Oh, that was illegal! You can't do that! Blah blah blah! That's foreign, land, property, blah blah blah." So what they did is Aaron Schwartz, the internet's boy, who hacked into MIT, where all the entire internet goes through, and now downloaded 900. I think, or it was 9,000, something like that. It was an astronomical number of pages per second. He got everything. It was flying, showing flags all over the world and countries and their military and secrets and all kinds of stuff. Well, they got everything on Epstein and all the deep state's blackmail back into the 15th century. when the British had the tea and all of that, and there was actually bringing human trafficking, like same with the oil tankers now. So now they have all that blackmail forever, and they said, we got it when the military, we got flagged. All the countries were kind of, oh my goodness. So the military went in, grabbed all his stuff, and they got it all. Well, it just happened to be with this stuff. So the deep state can't say you got it illegally. That's legal. They got it inside the United States by a breach into the military security complex. I mean, you're talking missile codes and stuff. They have to get that. So, in the football codes and all that. So he hacked it all. And so they go and get him. So that's exactly what you see going on with Putin and Xi when they get upset with Trump. It's the same thing.
Putin and Xi are also part of, I've heard Putin at least is a strong ally to Trump. Is there any truth in that?
Yeah, Putin, Trump, Xi, and Modi are all in this together.
To take down the deep state. The deep state is what? It's comprised of, when we say they, we're talking about bankers' families, correct? We're talking about families and bankers. That when we say they, that's who it is. They're the ones that fund all sides, control the money.
Well, at the top, you're going into the Vatican. And at the top of the Vatican, you're going into the Orsinis and the Black and the Gray Pope. The Gray Pope being Pepe Orsini. And then beyond that, above that, you're going into the non-terrestrial. More and more non-terrestrial hybrids. Like, that's why they're breaking the hybrid story with Matt Gaetz at Crestview. Said had a contact at Crestview that told him about the hybrid program. That's why that's being broke, because that's the next order of power of the deep state, going beyond the strictly mankind level. They're going into the hybrids. So
the interdimensional intruders.
Yes. And so that's why
they're not from other planets, Gene. They're from other dimensions, correct?
All of the above.
All the above.
Yeah. So, it's, if you like where you had J.D. Vance say that all non-terrestrials are demons. No. What about angels? They're non-terrestrials too. They're not fallen though. You have fallen ones, but you have ones that are not fallen too, that are working with us. And then you've got the regular non-terrestrials, you've got ultra-dimensionals, you've got cross-timeline non-terrestrials, you've got us from the future, saying do not go down the changing your genome, infiltrating yourself with all kinds of tech. Do not nanotech all this. Do not do that. We cannot come back from what we did. You still can't. Stop it now. So you got all of that at play right now at the same, whilst, as the great Gonzo would say, whilst and at the same time.
In a race to 2030.
Right.
Why 2030? Why 2030, Gene?
Because it's just shortly before the CME and the Ascension. That's why, what's the last thing on the cue board?
Lights out.
Nope.
The darkness, 10 days of darkness, right?
Ascension. The last word posted was ascension. And it's about ascension.
I think a lot of people are ascending now and they're ahead of the game. I kind of feel like I'm a little more elevated than most people.
Yes. And when humans learn the power of our DNA and what you can do, like Christ said, but a mustard seed, what he did compared to what we will, not what we can, what we will do, meaning it is already there. And so this is some of the secrets the great mystery schools of the Masons and that have hidden from us. The power of envisioning as is, not in the future. You do it as is. And there's quite a few things out on that now where you say, okay, you don't say, I see this coming. You say, this is this way now. And you imagine it and you act as if it already is that way, and you will manifest it.
That's what I did in boxing easily, 36-0. I knew I was going to be undefeated.
Yes.
So I understand visualization. It's nothing I had to work on. I just believed it.
Yes, it's a power. Literally, what they say is man's imagination is the voice of God. So when we imagine something as done, that goes right back into the quantum and comes right back out as so. It's instantaneous. It starts to manifest immediately. So it's the power of that. And then the power is that we have to learn is to unprogram the fact when it doesn't happen right away, that why not? Why not? Because the mind control, the Mark Ultra mind control done on us for thousands of years, we're in our own way.
So
we think the illusion that they foisted on us is real. It's not real. It's an illusion. All this deep state and all this other stuff and our lack of power and our lack of this and that lack of, that's all an illusion. We have absolute power given to us by God. The new Novus is new, Ordo is world, Seclorum is Ordo is order, Seclorum world. So new order of the world, or the new world order. And e pluribus unum means from the many one. It's to say that from all the religions and everything, they'll gather everything together into one autonomous thing, slave camp, in other words. But, that's part of their mysteries. And then you've got the 13 levels of the pyramid with 72 stones, the 72 names of Lucifer, Satan, Beelzebub, Mephistopheles, etc. And then you've got a white rose and a red rose on each side. You've got 13 13s on the back of the dollar bill. 13 symbols of 13. So you got like the 13 layers of the pyramid. The straits are Hormuz. So they said, okay, we're not going to agree with this. Iran said, nope. So Trump said, okay, I'll close the Strait of Hormuz. So they, because Britain, Starmer, who's just a useless fool for the deep state, he's just, nope, we're not going to help you. Fine. We close it so nobody gets injured. And now all of the tankers go through the Panama Canal or up through the Atlantic to through the Gulf of America to get their oil. But a lot of those oil tankers do not have oil in them. They have people in them. So now in Beijing and a few other big ports in China, you have tens of thousands of people walking off the docks into empty buildings in China because they were being trafficked. And now the ships are just going to sit there because they don't have oil, and they're not going to go and take people or organs to the Gulf of America. So it's revealing, it's shutting down the human trafficking in one fell swoop.
The Strait of Hormuz was used for human trafficking.
Massively.
All the tankers are now going to the Gulf of Mexico or America right now, right? That's where all the business is going now.
Yeah, hundreds, 121 absolutely, I know for sure right now are empty and heading to get our oil.
Wow. Genius move by Trump, right?
Yeah. Drill, baby, drill. And now you got a place to sell it. And it's going to be sold in millions of barrels a day. And our economy is going to go through the ceiling. We are now, and then we're taking out Venezuela, and they're doing the deal with us. And that oil goes to us and stopping what's going on with Cuba. Because if you look at Cuba, to get into the Bay of the Gulf of America, one way or another, you got to go past Cuba. Whether you go up over it or down under it, you go past Cuba. It's a choke point island. So you neutralize that, you get Venezuela's oil and our oil, and we have it all. And then every single tanker on Earth goes through to us.
And that's why we're going to go after Cuba next, right?
Yes. And it's already, power's down and all kinds of stuff, so they can't do anything. And their leader said, okay, we'll come to the table. So he's already somewhat capitulated. So he got that, so it's safe. And he showed what the Cuban special forces protecting Maduro can't do, which is everything. They can't do anything at all. There's nothing they can do to stop it. Plus what's going on in Iran with the guys jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes. Hundreds and hundreds of special forces jumping out of the aircraft at night with no chutes at all. And they're going, what in the world? And then just before they hit the ground, their suits activate and they slow down to a stop just before they hit land and take off running, and it pushes them. The anti-gravity starts to push them up to 90 miles an hour. They're running at 90 miles an hour. Then they run down into the ground, through the tunnels at 90 miles an hour, and the bullets and nothing can hit them, and the particle weapons can't touch them.